we ready? Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Welcome to the Rural Mobility Conference. For those who come from abroad, thank you very much for making the effort to be here to discuss one of Europe's biggest challenges. Rural areas in Europe are losing population in the short and in the long term. Half of Spain is what we called the empty Spain. Thousands of villages, beautiful and historical villages that are condemned to disappear if we don't connect them. If we don't connect them in the most literal sense of the word connect. How should the rural mobility be in the future? You know the answer. Or are very close. Only you know the answer, or are very close to one. Sorry about this. I don't know whether you can hear me well. Not really. Okay. I'll say it again. How should the rural mobility be in the future? Well, you know the answer. We're very close to one. This is a very complex matter that the European Commission wants to highlight, tackle, and discuss as a region. To open this conference, we're now going to listen to Magda Kobzinska, the Transport Commissioner's right hand. She is the Director General of Mobility and Transport at the European Commission. I'm sure you all know who she is. We're going to see a video that she has sent us.
The Spanish presidency for the kind invitation to this Rural Mobility Conference and for allowing me to address you in this way. Let's start with some context. More than 25% of us Europeans live in rural areas. It is clear that rural mobility deserves more attention at policy level, and I'm pleased to say that this is beginning to happen. Just a few weeks ago, rural mobility was on the agenda at the informal meeting of European Union transport ministers in Barcelona. The resulting Barcelona Declaration will keep rural mobility on that agenda. Ministers agreed on the importance of taking sustainable rural mobility needs into account in the regional and national transport plans. They recognized the need for investment in safe urban and rural road infrastructure and public transport systems. And they pledged to make effective use of funding from the Social Climate Fund to improve rural connectivity. Nearly a quarter of persons living in rural areas are at a risk of poverty or social exclusion. Ensuring they have access to mobility to get to work and training courses, for example, would help to address some of these issues. At the same time, rural mobility is not a new topic for the European Union. Transport is a catalyst for our economic and social life, no matter where we live. It has long been recognized as a route to EU territorial cohesion. The Commission's long-term vision for the EU rural areas recognizes that their further development depends on good connections. The European Pillar of Social Rights considers transport an essential service, crucial for accessing key services such as employment, education, and healthcare. And our sustainable and smart mobility strategy is clear as well. Transport should be available, affordable, and accessible for all user groups. This is why, when we proposed to revise the EU regulation on the Trans-European Transport Network, the TEN-T regulation, we also put greater emphasis on territorial cohesion. Multimodality, the practice of combining transport modes to move as easily as possible from A to B, is one way to connect those in more peripheral regions. It is also a way to give those in rural areas greater choice in mobility options. But for this to truly work, we need more digitalizations. Users need a full overview of intermodal connections and real-time travel information to make informed multimodal choices. We are currently working on several digital mobility initiatives that will help improve connectivity in rural and scarcely populated areas. the revised Intelligent Transport System Directive will make the location of all bus stops, train stations and nodes for other scheduled transport services available on the entire road network, including in rural areas for the first time. A common European mobility data space will make it possible to identify crucial transport data and make them available to support transport services. Rail is a lifeline for many in rural areas. The new rules we have proposed for capacity allocation and management will ensure that services are adapted to passengers' needs, creating space for new connections. For shorter trips, I'm a big fan of the bicycle. Our new European Declaration on Cycling includes rural areas in its call for safe cycling infrastructure. I think we can all agree that improved connectivity requires investment. The good news is that we have a series of funding instruments at EU level that can be used to support just that, the regional and cohesion funds, for example. And the Recovery and Resilience Facility can be used and should be used to support transport projects, including those addressing rural mobility. On top of this, the Connecting Europe facility supports work to complete the TEN-T network and projects with strong European value. I recognize that rural, remote and scarcely populated regions are often not on the TEN-T. Running services in these areas is often commercially unviable, even if they are in the public interest. When this is the case, member states can and should establish, under clear conditions, public service obligations to ensure sufficient connectivity, including through public support. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope I've succeeded in giving you food for thought as you get ready to share experience and discuss the way forward. You will certainly receive more, including from our friends within the Smarter Net project. The project has my full support. A European rural mobility network is exactly what we need to keep minds focused. I look forward to seeing the conclusions of today's debate and to discussing the way forward with you at future events. Thank you, and I wish you an inspiring day.
Thank you very much, Magda. Supporting from Brussels, she's a big fan of the bicycle. I like that. 1 in 4 European citizens live in a rural area. Wow. Before starting with the conference itself, and before delving into today's work, I would like to invite onto the stage María José Rayo, Spain's Minister of Transport's right hand. She is the Secretary General for Transport and Mobility in Spain. As you all know, this country is presiding the Council of the European Union during the second half of 2023, so she is, in a way, your host.
Thank you. Thank you, Olivia. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to have the opportunity to open this International Rural Mobility Conference on behalf of the Ministry of Transport, Mobility and the Urban Agenda of Spain. We are delighted to host this event, which is under the auspices of the Spanish Presidency of the European Council, as Olivia has mentioned, in the premises of such an important Congress on mobility as is the Global Mobility Call. Thank you very much to IFEMA for their help with the organization of this conference, and thank you all of you, participants and attendees. I'd like to express my gratitude to Magda Kopcińska, Director General for Mobility and Transport of the European Commission, for her support in this opening ceremony. We are also grateful to all the representatives of Member States, DG Agri and DG Move that have come to Madrid for this event or are following us online. It is also a pleasure to have with us representatives of the Spanish Rural Mobility Roundtable, members of the autonomous communities, autonomous regions, and the Spanish Federation of Municipalities and Provinces. The quality and diversity of the speakers participating in the program shows the importance of rural mobility. We have today with us relevant authorities and managers in mobility and transport sector, representative of the regions and cities, companies, associations, and the academia. Thank you, all of you, for being here. The transport and mobility sectors are under a deep process of transformation. Thus, mobility policies are undergoing major changes too. Changes to make the new mobility a reality in urban and rural areas. At the Ministry of Transport of Spain, we understand that new mobility should be safe, sustainable, clean, and connected. It is reflected in the Spanish strategy on mobility, sustainable mobility. But we also believe that it must be available, inclusive, and healthy for all people and for all territories, and focused on citizens and their daily mobility needs. These concepts are fully aligned with the mobility strategy of the European Commission. Furthermore, the Next Generation funds has really allowed us to accelerate the green and digital transformation of transport and mobility in Spain. Rural mobility policies are gaining importance at the European, national, and regional levels. As Mrs. Kopczynska mentioned in her video, the informal meeting of transport ministers in Barcelona last September was centered in mobility for people as a tool for social and territorial cohesion. As a result, the Declaration of Barcelona that was signed by EU ministers recognizes the imperative for public administrations to promote an integrated transport and mobility network that ensures accessibility across the entire territory, with further reflection about the areas experiencing the population decline. Given the increasing importance of rural mobility policies, the first panel of this conference will focus on rural mobility initiatives and policies at the European level and in member states' national level. In the last decades, the percentage of people living in rural areas in Spain, as Olivia has mentioned, has been decreasing, leading to the population of an important part of our territory. We believe that mobility can play a key role in connecting territories and citizens and making rural areas more attractive to live. Rural areas often lack public transport, and people living there have a strong dependency on private cars. The lack of public transport is often justified by the low profitability. Therefore, it is crucial to find innovative solutions that could fulfill the needs of citizens living in these areas regarding all kinds of activities: work, education, healthcare, leisure. And in the elevator pitch that is going to take place at the end of the conference, several companies will present their innovative solutions in rural mobility. It is also important to share successful projects, to understand and replicate what is working, and to be aware and learn from the challenges. In order to do so, the second panel of the program of the conference will focus on best practices and challenges. I'd like to emphasize that mobility policies cannot be conceived unilaterally. Firstly, because they must be connected with other social policies, like energy, industrial, demographic, social, environmental, innovation, labor, etc. Secondly, because mobility policies must be built in a coordinated manner between the different public administrations at the local, national, regional, and even European level. And this coordination is especially important for rural mobility, where regional and local authorities are often the responsible authorities. Thirdly, the planning process of mobility policies must also involve the stakeholders, and communities must participate in their definition. Given that coordination between the different authorities is key, as part of our rural mobility policies in Spain, in February 2022, we constitute the Rural Mobility Roundtable, a cooperation body including the three levels of the Spanish administration, local, regional, and national, created to promote rural mobility. I won't go into the details since my colleague Ángeles Maril will present the roundtable later on. To finish my intervention, I'd like to remark that at the Ministry of Transport of Spain, we are fully committed to address, together with the different agents involved, the challenges of rural mobility and low-density areas to strengthen territorial cohesion and to be able to offer mobility solutions for all citizens. And this is why we have included this Rural Mobility Conference as an event of the Spanish presidency of the European Council. Thank you to all the speakers, thank you to the organizers, and thank all of you for your attendance. I hope the conference will be of maximum interest to all of you. Thank you very much.
New mobility has to become a reality, as you said. Thank you very much, Maria Jose. So after both of these opening speeches, roll up your sleeves and let's get on with the task. Are we ready? Okay. We're first going to listen to some of the best rural initiatives in Europe. Two come from the European Commission itself, and two others are from two member countries, Ireland and Spain. You'll have 10 minutes each on Spain. Let's try and make it enjoyable and dynamic, or as my mother always tells me, to the point. Please welcome Blaithing McElligott, Rural Transport Programme Manager at the National Transport Authority from Ireland. You here? Come on to the stage, please. I think she's going to explain how their initiative Connecting Ireland works, if I'm not wrong. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Blaithing McElligott is the pronunciation quite difficult. Delighted to be here with you here in Madrid today. I'm working with the National Transport Authority, and I'm the programme manager for the Rural Transport Programme it was known as, but now it's TFI Local Link and branded to that. So hopefully my presentation shall appear. I'm getting the almost there signal, so. There we go. Hopefully you can see it a little. I have nothing happening with my remote. There. Oh, we're moving. So, all good. Ready for go. So just to let you know a little bit about the National Transport Authority, for those of you that mightn't know about it, it's the National Transport Authority is a statutory non-commercial body which operates under the aegis of the Department of Transport and is responsible for developing and implementing strategies to provide high quality, accessible, sustainable transport. It funds and oversees the public service obligation, public transport, ensuring that vital bus and rail services are available to communities in all parts of the country under the Transport for Ireland, TFI as we call it, brand. Responsible for lots of other functions on the structural and capital side, but also the commercial bus routes and taxi regulation, clamping. So a lot going on in the authority. So just to give an overview of the Rural Transport Programme, TFI Local Link, the section that I work in, and the NTA became responsible for the Rural Transport Programme back in 2012, and over the last couple of years it's been rebranded to TFI Local Link. There's 15 transport coordination units, essentially offices, regional offices across the country, based in all over Ireland, that look after the Local Link brand and the operations. Continuing increase in passenger numbers over the last number of years. As we all know, 2020 and 2021 were quite difficult, but as you can see, back in 2018 it was 2 million passengers, and we're hoping for about 4 million passengers by the end of this year. And continued investment through the Connecting Ireland programme and initiative that I'll mention later, but also with other technologies, ticketing and such as ticketing. So just to go through roughly what the services is, there are quite a few that we offer for TFI Local Link, but the main two are the regular rural services, the RRS routes as we call them. We like a good acronym in public transport. And what they are is more frequent, fixed routes 3, 4, 5 times a day each way. The original probably service that was operated by the Rural Transport Programme was the demand responsive routes. They're a door-to-door service, a flexible service, mainly around a core route, and then when pre-booked by passengers in advance, they'll call up to doors or to crossroads in the middle of Ireland and collect people and bring them. They have a wide range of frequencies from once a week, every day, once a fortnight, varying from parish or community to community, sometimes for events like late evening services to take people out or to community centres. As just one of our marketing ones from social media for the door-to-door, you'll see the red line with that fixed route, but that it will go off route once booked within 24 hours for the service. So just again on the passenger numbers, it was unbelievable after the pandemic restrictions were eased, pretty much in particular on the RS routes, those more frequent services, but in a lot of public transport in Ireland, passenger numbers returned, and it seems to be that we were kind of a front runner in public transport figures and passenger numbers coming back to normal after the restrictions eased, which were quite challenging. So I just went through the passenger numbers earlier, but there's been a few factors for that growth. The Connecting Ireland mobility plan that I mentioned, looking at new routes and enhanced routes, more frequency, more destinations. A lot of reductions in discounted fares. The government brought in a 20% cost of living reduction in public transport. The young adult card, which until the end of this year is under 24s or 50% with the use of a Leap card, and it'll be under 26s from next year in early January. The TFI Leap card, which is that prepaid smart travel card that wouldn't have been on rural transport services, and we rolled that out in the last 12 months. Lots of work involved in it, as you can imagine, for the team, but unbelievable to see that uptake and to see those technologies on rural transport, which wouldn't have been there previously. TFI Go is a mobile app. The same thing, rolled it out in the last 12 months, and great to see that improvement in technologies available on rural transport system, which was often maybe the more forgotten than the normal commuter services. Another change we had in the last year and a half was an amount of Ukrainians. I think there's almost 100,000 based in Ireland now, many of them in very, very rural areas with absolutely no access, many of them to cars. They arrived here in emergency circumstances. So we have developed some of our demand responsive and RS routes to cope with numbers, which can range from 20 in one location, a couple of families, to locations with 500-600 people in a rural area, which now have almost their own high frequency services in some places with the numbers that are located. So that just gives you an indication of the passenger numbers. These are weekly passenger numbers on just the RS routes, those more, we call them high frequency in rural transport, but they range from 3-4 services per day, mainly 6-7 days a week. So you'll see there was almost zero back in the early days of 2018 when these services didn't actually exist. And now we're up to over 70,000 per week, which is a phenomenal growth. You'll see when we bounced back after the pandemic restrictions were eased, and then also you'll see the changes when the enhanced network, if you build it, they will come, I think as one of my colleagues says with the timetable, and it's been unbelievable when a new route is launched to see so many people appear within a matter of weeks. I mentioned the technologies. You'll see the Leap cards, the TFI Go, and that has been a great improvement over the last 12 months. With not only does it improve the passenger numbers, but even the brand awareness among the younger audience. Just some of the advertising that we do. Something else that has changed in the last while, Leap cards. That smart card is available from all post offices, making it much more accessible, not just online sales, but also just at your local post office in a rural town or village. So the Connecting Ireland Rural Mobility Plan. It's a very ambitious initiative. It started last year. It's an ambitious programme of enhancements to create more integrated, accessible and sustainable public transport. It really just started off with looking at the network, what was there, where were the gaps, making a plan and rolling out those routes. It's been an incredible success today, and that slide just goes through what it's all about, just connecting more people, more places, a quality, attractive service for users. So this is just it's a map that keeps changing, so even probably by the time I go back, more routes will be planned or implemented. But in the first year, you can slightly ignore the colours. Some of them came out great that maybe shouldn't have. But there was a network, the plans that were introduced and rolled out, these new routes and enhanced routes in the first year. And by the end of this year, that's roughly what we were looking at. I expect it might even be a little bit more. And by the end of the programme, that will be the coverage just on that rural local link network, along with Bus Éireann, who's the national transport provider. It's a mix of both, but mainly from the local link side. So the first year outcomes, we had 38 new and improved and enhanced routes, over 250,000 people with access to new and improved 250,000 people with access to new and improved bus services, over 340,000 passenger journeys on these new services, and the passenger journeys on improved routes doubled, which is a lot of achievement for something that really kicked off in the middle of last year. And 10 new connections to hospitals, 19 new connections to railway stations, and over 50 new towns and villages connected. So just a general overview of the achievements for the last year or two. So we had the rollout of Phase 1 and Phase 2, also known as Year 1 and Year 2 of the Connecting Ireland Rural Mobility Plan. During the pandemic, it was quite interesting for Local Link. Rather than taking passengers on our DRT services, we took goods and essential items. So we were quite busy, but there were no people on a lot of the services, but they were actually able to get deliveries to people's houses, people that might have been cocooning at the time. So it was a very busy time, just not in the collection of passengers. We have over 95%, well over 95% of all the vehicles on Local Link are fully accessible. And the transport service for Ukrainians, I mentioned, the TFI Go, the mobile phone app, the Leap card, a community car scheme is another pilot. It's where money is given to voluntary groups to help them support a community car in their area. The pilot actually started in early 2020, so as you can imagine, it didn't do what it was supposed to do in 2020, but was still quite helpful for people who were cocooning to bring them shopping or essential items when they were unable to get out. We have expanded the scheme in the last 12 months, and it's great to see that roll out to support local communities. So we'll be carrying out a review of that pilot now that it is properly up and running. So we have the introduction of the first electric vehicles. We hope to have about 5 or 6 of them in the fleet by the end of this year. So that is exciting to see it roll out in a short space of time. The first one was launched in May this year. So what's next for TFI Local Link? More clean vehicles is very important with the clean directives. So we have all of our services in TFI Local Link are contracted out, they're tendered out. So we have organised our procurement documents to enable the proposal of electric vehicles. And as I said, hopefully about 5 or 6 of them on the fleet by the end of this year. So a pilot for contactless payment, another technology for ticketing that started earlier this year in one area, going well so far and lots more work to do once we make sure it's all working in order. AVL Lite is out for tender procurement, I think it has been lately. That will enable real-time passenger information for the rural transport services. Smart DRT is also in development. We're hoping to have a number of pilots in the next year in the rural, semi-urban and urban areas. So that's something that's just in development, so I can't get into too much detail at this time. The Connecting Ireland Rural Mobility Plan will continue, and that ongoing improvement in accessibility to get every single vehicle in the fleet accessible for all users. So that's a very brief update on TFI Local Link, and if you're ever in Ireland, we hope to see you, and thank you.
Thank you, Blohin McKelligot, sorry about my pronunciation. Wow, so 50 new towns connected in Ireland, 340,000 new passengers in a year. Well, Connecting Ireland works. Thank you. Let's now call Brendan Sin, SmartNet Project Manager, one of the most relevant rural mobility initiatives within the European Commission. He's an independent consultant. Can't see you. Okay, you're just here. Who knows all the details of this network of smart rural transport areas. Welcome, Brendan.
Okay, thank you very much. And a very big thank you to the Spanish Ministry of Transport for organising this and for inviting us to present about the Smart NS initiative. My name is Brendan Finn. I'm the project manager. I'm also from Ireland, same as Blahin, but I'm speaking from the European project's perspective. And I want to talk about rural mobility. Already the Director General and the Ministry of Transport highlighted this is a pan-European issue. It is European, but not big Europe, but it's small Europe, but the hundreds and thousands of small Europes that makes it pan-European. So many countries or regions believe, oh, it's our problem and we're doing it so badly. This is universal, even beyond Europe, and we need to understand this. Very good. So what's the issue? Well, we've already had a reference to the Green Deal, to the long-term vision for rural areas 2040, and within that we want to just transition, leave no one behind, although very many people are being left behind already. And the key idea is that rural areas would be stronger, connected, resilient and more prosperous. And within connected is the digital connectivity and the physical connectivity, and the physical connectivity is what we're looking at. And from the rural point of view, it's can we connect rural areas with each other, connect them to their main towns and the main places they need to go to, and also let's not lose track of the more isolated and remote areas. Now, when we talk about just transition, when we go to the urban areas, we see a huge amount of effort being made, and rightly so, they're the hubs of our economy. But when we come to the rural area, sometimes it's not so much leave no one behind as it feels like it's just leave no one. And that has been a big challenge for many, many communities. So we tried to define what's the problem for rural mobility in Europe, and it can be simply summed up as how to live a daily life without a car. Whatever kind of life you have, whatever kind of person you are, how can you do it if you don't have a car? And behind all of this is problems of lack of policies and responsibilities. And by policies, we mean that there are very specific goals, stated targets, responsibilities to implement it, and the budget to support it. And that leads to a limited supply of services, which in turn leads to limited mobility for people without cars, or for people who would prefer not to use their car, just as we do when we're in urban areas. We choose to leave the car we own behind. And this hits at people, at communities, but it also hits the urban and metropolitan areas because the incoming traffic or because services are only available in those locations. And it also even impacts on the regions and member states, as we already heard, the territorial connectivity and cohesion. But let's not forget that, as we have seen in the last number of years, it can also be a source of popular discontent. And this is governments and the union need to also pay attention to that. What do we need to look at in rural areas? Blahin has been giving concrete examples of this, but the key thing is the top three. These are not an issue in urban areas, but they are in rural. First of all, coverage. Is there a service near you? Secondly, connectedness. Where can you get to? And thirdly, how do you even get to the services? Accessibility. And in rural areas, something that is very accessible in the summer or in dry weather becomes impassable or inaccessible in the winter evenings, in the rain, and the distances and the terrain where you don't have lighting or proper pavements. Also very relevant in urban areas are the hours of operation, and that can include is it morning, middle of the day, nighttime for people who are on shift or service work, weekends and evening to promote the tourism and leisure. And then we get down into the usual stuff, reliability and all those kind of things that impact on all passenger transport. So we asked ourselves what solutions are possible. Oh, okay, this is not the right version of the presentation. This was supposed to come up in individual segments. I'm not sure what's happened here. So let's just say, look, at the core, we have the fixed route, bus and rail. That's got to be the core of everything. It's what binds the whole country together, the main towns and the service areas. If we then say, let's say from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, on this diagram here, we have the flexible transport services that are kind of in the style of public transport, but they're flexible. And again, Blahin gave some very good examples from that, where you have either the flexible route or the door-to-door. As we start to come around the clock at 3 o'clock, round to about 7 o'clock, we then have the ride sharing, meaning that we bundle together people who are traveling, so we use less vehicles, or that a vehicle is going and there's an opportunity for somebody else to travel with them. Starting off with the shared taxi at 3 o'clock, coming around through carpooling, volunteer lift giving, and then finally things like e-hitchhiking. And then as we go back up the top of the clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, we get what we call asset sharing. So shared cars, shared bikes, which may be conventional or electric. But what you see here is an entire package of measures, a toolbox, and that can be adapted to the needs of an individual location, and then underpinned on the right-hand side by all forms of digital technologies for payment, for information. But let's not forget that a lot of the traditional verbal manual things are important as well. I'll skip this one. One of the things that we need to remember as well in the rural areas is the role of communities. And two really good examples from around Europe are what we call the Bürgerbus, of which there are about 400 different communities in Germany and 100 in Austria, have got together and they are running the services themselves, volunteering in the driving, in the organization, in all of the outreach. And know that labour costs are such a high proportion of operating any system that when the community is willing to put in that itself, so many more things are possible. On the right-hand side, the Directo is the e-hitchhiking that was very popular in France and maybe 1,500 different communities around France. And to be honest with you, I don't have an update on how it survived or recovered after COVID, but it managed to restore what I as a child used to do getting around was just hitchhiking, and maybe some of the older members of the audience here also remember doing that, which again is a very good use of the voluntary use of existing resources. One last point coming out of the SMARTA project was we put forward a 3-phase 12-step guidance on implementation, and much of it is common sense that you're familiar with. 1 through 4 is how you get yourself organized, 5 through 8 is implementing. But 5 through 7 is the preparation. Most places stop at 8, which is to get something up and running. What actually makes them relevant and durable are steps 9, 10, 11. It's 9, the most important, build up the ridership. You have to work with the communities, encourage people to travel, give them reasons to travel. But if you've got a service, make sure it's being used. And then 10 is working with authorities to start to establish durable, permanent, stable, committed sources of financing so that the system is still going in 5 and 10 years' time. Now to turn to SmartNet, and we're really, really pleased that the Director General mentioned us. That was a very, very nice surprise. And we started in December of last year, we're running through the end of 2024. We have 3 main strands. The first, as she mentioned, is to establish our European Rural Mobility Network, which we've kicked off now. We're beginning with municipalities, the lowest level of government that can act on rural mobility. So we're working with 15 countries, 5 municipalities in each, along with various multipliers, leader action groups, associations, and so forth. The second strand is to develop guidelines that are useful for practitioners at the municipal level, ranging from good practice, working with tourism, and integration with SUMPs and incorporating the rural aspect of mobility with SUMPs. And the third strand is guidance on capacity building for people within the municipalities. So we're basing this on our 4 sets of guidelines, so 1 for each one, and we're doing it in each of the 15 countries with the municipalities we work with in their own language, because many can't access or wouldn't have good enough English to participate in the major events. So the first of those, they kick off at the end of next month, so we have the trainer sessions in about 2 weeks' time, and that's the cluster on good practice, so that gets it started. As I say, we're working with municipalities. We're starting off with 15 countries, and in fact, most of them were good. With Spain, and I'd like to talk to maybe some people in the room here afterwards, we don't yet have a cluster in Spain, and we'd really like to work on that. In each one, we have a lighthouse site, so-called lighthouse site, which is a place that's doing something interesting, both on the tourism and the transport side, and is willing to work with us and share their knowledge. What do we do as a network? Well, the key thing is it's a forum. It brings people together. There's never been a forum on rural mobility before, at least a European one. Brings people together to discuss, share experience, cry on each other's shoulders if needs be. And we're organizing 3 meetings each year, 2 online, 1 in person. So the first online one was in June. We had the first in-person one in Germany 2 weeks ago, where we had 65 people from 17 different countries. So that's got the network going. And the next in-person conference will be in May of next year, 14th to 16th. We haven't decided the venue yet. Our next online events are on the 31st of January, 13th of March, and 3rd of July, each of those picking up on the themes of the guidance that we're doing. But the key thing is we want a progression path. We want this network to endure beyond the life of our project. So we start discussions already, and particularly during the first half of 2024 with the members of the network to say, look, how can we keep this going? What's its natural home? What do you guys want to do with it? And let's find a mechanism. And also then to develop policy papers, briefing notes that act as a voice from the sector, that decision takers can hear what is being said across the rural mobility implementers around Europe. I'd like to close, and I hope I haven't exceeded my time, on 3 issues, and I particularly want to mention these to the European and national level players, and I think particularly the Spanish Ministry of Transport might take these on board and then pass them on to whoever is the next presidency. The first big issue, and the biggest of all the big issues, is the scale of what needs to be done is not understood. There's 130 million people living in rural areas, almost entirely car dependent. Now, 130 million people is the population of Germany and France combined, or it's the population of the 30 biggest cities, metropolitan areas in Europe. Just think of the amount of transportation, supply, and investment that is made for all the people in the 30 biggest cities in Europe. That is the scale we're talking about. And remember, in rural areas, people have to travel for more things and they have to travel further. So the sheer volume is not understood. And much of what is done, quite rightly, is getting things started, a pilot or demonstration. But there's no scaling up, there's no making sure that every place has one, and there's nobody figuring out if we want 20% of all those who are using cars today to be using some form of shared mobility or passenger transport. Just what volume is that? What does it entail? The second is we don't have a mechanism for measuring rural accessibility, rural mobility, poverty, whatever it may be, the connectedness. We have some good ones in the urban areas, but not in the rural areas. And there's a woman called Helen McHenry working with the Western Development Commission in Ireland that's done very good work for towns of 1,500 to 10,000 people. And we're discussing with her, and we're making a cluster group within SmartNet to see how could we extend that out into the hinterlands and to areas that are purely rural without. And we think we'll find some really, really frightening levels of mobility deprivation if we can find a way to measure it. The other thing is generally modelling tools and planning tools aren't able to incorporate the kind of travel that's made in rural areas, and that old adage, what doesn't get measured doesn't get managed, and it doesn't get funded either. The third and final strand is, and big message is, how do we deliver the needed solutions at the needed scale? So in an urban area, you can do a metro project, you can do a road project, you can implement a big bus line or something. But we're talking about distributed populations, and distributed populations need distributed solutions. So it needs a different way of working. And I particularly intentionally put in the example of Burgerbus because the framework was adapted to enable the communities to do such services. So this is where we really need to look at the enablers for the funding and the permission to implement, and to bring the implementation right down to the local level with the necessary approvals. So a question I would leave you with is, can we utilize the community and social development structures that we have already, such as leaders, such as many other national ones, and use them as the key means of delivery? So scale, measurement, and delivery. So with that, I'd like to thank you. I hope I haven't exceeded my time. Our website is smartandnet.eu. My name is Brendan Finn. My colleague Andrea Lorenzini is the project coordinator. Please feel free to contact us at any time. Some of you might have had difficulty to concentrate on what I'm saying with the noise in the room, in the background, so you can catch me at the coffee break after the meeting finishes, or any time you can contact me here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brendan Finn, explaining SmartNet project, the first forum in Europe about rural mobility. We have to work. And thank you for giving us the scale of this challenge. 130 million people in Europe live in rural areas. We need distributed solutions. Thank you. Let's now hear Spain's perspective and initiatives on the topic. Please welcome Ángeles Marín, Director of Mobility Strategy Office. Rural mobility is, as I said at the beginning, a huge challenge for Spain. Thousands of towns have limited access to education, healthcare, or even internet. Thank you. Welcome.
Should I have a remote? Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here, for giving me the opportunity to The remote is coming. Thank you. Yeah. So thank you very much for the attention. Now I'm going to explain the Spanish initiative that our Secretary General mentioned in her introduction, which is the Rural Mobility Roundtable. So I wanted to begin with a quick diagnosis of the situation in Spain. As it has been said, in Spain we have most of our population densely concentrated in near the coast, especially in the south and east, and surrounding Madrid, in the center of the peninsula. But we have the vast majority of the territory with very scarcely concentrated population. Here we have some figures. More than 6,000 municipalities in Spain have less than 5,000 inhabitants. And in the last decade, this process is getting even worse. More and more people are living the rural areas or small towns and getting to live in the big cities. Therefore, this process is still ongoing. So here I wanted to bring you a few background ideas before starting with the Rural Mobility Roundtable. I think something is happening with the sound, but I can keep on. Thank you. So, as I said, more than 80% of our population at European level is more or less the same figure, are concentrated in cities. So, and this trend is growing. So there is this difficulty to find proper solutions in rural contexts, as it has been already mentioned. The final goal will be to give everybody in the whole territory an alternative to private car, to private vehicles. So another issue that I wanted to mention is that infrastructure might not always be the answer. This is something we have to measure to check if is infrastructure the answer or is more a problem of of public transport or service solutions to meet what mobility needs of the people. The two opportunities that we see, and they have already been mentioned by the General Director of the DG Move of the European Commission, are digitalization. Digitalization offers us opportunities to implement new services, to find creative and innovative solutions to make this scarcely demand and supply meet. And another opportunity we see in bicycle, in active mobility, and also in the using of personal mobility vehicles, which can be widely used in urban areas, but also in the rural areas. So, in addition, I wanted to bring a new idea. Another idea is that rural mobility issues are usually a topic for the regions, are for the municipalities. But what can the state level do? We have just heard the representative of European Commission ask what can European Commission do. We have asked ourselves, what can the national level, the ministries, what can we do to help in this issue? Well, from Spain, we have been working together, two ministries, the Ministry of Transport, Mobility and Urban Agenda, together with the Ministry of Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge. And this issue of rural mobility is in both of our strategic documents, and this Rural Mobility Roundtable is one of the key measures in our both agendas. Therefore, there is a coordination between transport and rural challenges ministries. This Rural Mobility Roundtable, as our Secretary General mentioned, was established on February 22, so less than 2 years ago, and is thought to be a stable participation, coordination forum with participation of the three levels of administrations that we have in Spain. The state level with the two ministries, the roundtable is co-chaired by the two ministries. The regional level with all our autonomous communities, there are our 19 regions in Spain, and also with a representation of the municipalities, of the local entities, through the Spanish Federation of Municipalities, the FEM. Therefore, we have representation of the three levels of administration implied. The objective of this stable forum is to be a stable forum of participation, as I mentioned, and first of all, to address this diagnosis of the situation and to establish a good set of indicators that tell us how is connectivity, how is rural mobility today, how should it be in future, and to allow us to measure any pilot project or any public policy that we put on, that we develop. After this diagnosis and system of indicators, we also want to identify good practices and help spread them throughout the territory, helping rural regions and local communities to be aware of these good practices that can be international or national, and helping them to put them into practice and encourage put them into practice through pilot projects. And finally, a third big issue we want to provide is a communication and collaboration space, both in the internet and in person with events like this one we are having today. So I will explain the few lines of work that we have been working on in the last 2 years since the roundtable was put in place. The first one is this diagnosis and indicators issue. And the first line of work we achieved was to analyze, to make a map analyzing in time and distance how far each population is from the high-capacity road network in Spain. This gives us an idea of if we have a challenge with infrastructure, with road network, high-capacity road network infrastructure, or if it was not a matter of infrastructure, but a matter of services. So the current status of this work is that it's already done, it's already carried out with the help of the National Geographic Institute. I have here a couple of pictures of this map. I think there's a presentation in the Ministry of Transport stand if you want to get further information about this map, but it can allow us to get the idea of the number of people living how far in time and distance of the high-capacity network throughout the whole territory. Some data that we have obtained is that 96% of our population is living less than 30 minutes away from the high-capacity road network. So therefore, we can say that accessibility or connectivity to the high road network is not the problem, or at least not for 96% of the population. Together with this map, we want to get further in this diagnosis and developing a whole set of indicators that allow us to have a proper vision of what's going on in rural mobility. This work is still on project. The final objective will be to have a whole set of indicators of supply, also demand, and also infrastructure that we have seen with the map. So this work is in progress. What we want to do is to mix different sources of data that give us an impression, figures of the necessity of the demand of the service, that we will calculate it with a project based on big data, based on an analysis of mobility of people with an analysis of their mobile phone devices. So we follow mobile phones at national levels, and we see how people move and their daily needs for mobility. We mix it with the current offer of services, with all public service obligations from all the regions, as also from national level. And we also mix it with data from infrastructure. So this work is still on progress, and a group of work is working on it. The second line of work is about identifying good practices. This is also a work in progress. We are drafting a guide that want to be a help for regional authorities and local authorities to help them find solutions or discover new solutions that have worked somewhere else. We are looking at projects, pilot projects, or solution implemented at international level, some of them from the SMARTA network, and also some successful projects developed at national level. So therefore, we want to elaborate a guide that can be useful for regional level and municipalities, and we already have a draft of this guide. And the third line of work is about awareness and participation. We are developing a collaborative website in the internet, so that we have a collaborative space where all experts from municipalities, regions, and from the state level can meet For now on, in the moment, the website only shows the static content, but we want to develop it as a more interchangeable content to put in different experts in contact and to allow participation. And the second tool we have for this awareness and participation is to promote events like the one we are having today, or another urban mobility event that we had last year in 2022 in June, also in the context of Global Mobility Core, where we had a contest of ideas from young people presented here. So these are the lines of work that we are developing in the Rural Mobility Roundtable. If anyone is interested in the context, I will be available here also during the morning to answer any questions, and we are very happy to receive further information or to be contacted for any doubts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ángeles Marín. We do hope that the work of this Rural Mobility Roundtable is put into practice by the regional authorities. And to finish this first part of the conference regarding rural mobility initiatives, we're now going to invite via Zoom, he will join us through Zoom, Matías Szabo, who is Policy Officer of the Directorate General for Agriculture and Rural Development at the European Commission. He will give us an overview from the Commission regarding rural areas. Well, as we haven't just got Matías, who is going to join us through Zoom. I said that Matías is a policy officer of Directorate General for Agriculture and Rural Development at the European Commission. He will give us an overview of the European Commission regarding this topic. As we all know, one of the biggest challenges in Europe. So I don't know whether the connection is ready. He's ready, so let's listen to Matías.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. I'm really sorry I cannot join you and discuss with you these very interesting and challenging topics in details in person. But first of all, of course, thank you very much to inviting us to this table. It's also very hard to speak at the end of this session. Many had been said, but I would like to focus in my presentation to the very core elements of what we focusing during our work on rural development policy, designing rural development policy on EU level. So in my short presentation, I would like not to repeat again many items what just have been said, but just to highlight some key issues. For example, the rural challenges in general are very much covered by literature and EU policy papers and documents. But it's always good to have a clear overview what we are facing with, and here today I would like to mention above any other challenge we have is that the depopulation and aging and any kind of negative demographic trend is leading us to a very dangerous cycle of fewer investments in public services, including transport, public transport, and broadband, etc. So this is for us an absolutely key issue, and we are targeting this with a lot of energy and efforts under the Common Agriculture Policy. But it's also important to see that what kind of evidence we have in this terrain, and what kind of data we can gather. Unfortunately, and this is something to be discussed later also, that we have a kind of lack of data. We, for example, in the rural development policy, in the long-term vision, already mentioned long-term vision for rural areas, we could work with kind of old data. For example, this data set, this graph shows you the access to services in rural areas back from 2016. I just want to highlight one aspect: the average distance to the nearest primary school is 8 kilometers compared to 17 kilometers in cities. Is 70 kilometers in rural areas compared to 8 kilometers in urban areas. And also the secondary school, here we have 67 kilometers from rural areas to reach, but cultural services, healthcare, and other basic services are very much far from rural areas. Also, we have a map. The previous presenter also showed some similar data, with the focus on Spain. But we have road performance data also from 2016, where we have a clear picture that rural areas has the negative position in this graph. By member states, you can see the distances, the performance, road performance by the different regions. The next graph is on rail. Maybe we did not speak too much until now on the rail connections and rail performance. Here we have a more mixed picture. There are some member states where the rail rail can offer more connections for rural areas, but in the most of the member states it is also less attractive. Just to tell you that in rural areas the rail performance is 1% compared to towns and suburbs where it's 16. So we have again a negative phenomenon here in this regard. To be discussed, I just listed here some very important lists to be mentioned. Of course, rail and road are not the only type of connection and transport. We could speak about water if we discuss, for example, coastal or isolated islands. During our discussion, we all know that the geographic situation determines the situation, but of course the policy position is clear in this regards. No matter that the lower population density, no matter the distance, the universal obligation to deliver services. Also, transport is a must for a policy, and we aim it under the CAP, for example. We also do see the risks in this regards. the climate and weather-related risks of transport. We just saw a very dry and warm winter last year, with also with catastrophes during the year, with floods and fires. We need to handle these. But we also do see as it was already mentioned, the opportunities in broadband. Of course, we need to see that broadband is now almost universally available, including in rural regions. But the very high capacity of broadband is still to be improved and reached the rural areas or certain rural areas. And once again, I would like to highlight that we have some absence of comprehensive data in this field, and of course for designing and targeting effective policy, it's very much needed. Under the point of opportunities, I wanted to highlight only two good practices. But in general, first, I would like to note that despite of obstacles like high energy prices and the Ukrainian war, for example, there are significant will to do more on local level, and there are a lot of very good practices. Just to mention a project from Greece, Halki, where the so-called Greco Island project is aiming to have a very green economy in the island and energy autonomy. And with this, they were also targeting ecological mobility. Under the links, you can find a very nice description of this and the next project. The next one is from Germany. We also already heard one from Germany. This one is a little bit different. Sprachebühl is a little village in Germany with 250 inhabitants. Here, also it is the project is, or the program is linked to green energy, and it's very interesting and inspiring to see how green energy, community wind farms, solar farms are resulted a very green connectivity in this village. This Dorf has the highest concentration of electric cars, including community cars in Germany, which is I think it's a very high, very good results outcome. The long-term vision of rural areas, back to the policy perspective, it was already mentioned. I'm pretty sure that you all have you all have saw this initiative of the Commission. We have also following a rural action plan and the rural pact with other stakeholders in the last year, and it is still not an ended project. We would like to push it forward, and we would like also to see more community-based connectivity related project under the umbrella of the long-term vision. And for this, under the CAP, the Common Agriculture Policy, we can provide, or we can give the opportunity to finance, to support these kind of projects. In the EU, it's in a way a kind of a la carte menu. Member states can choose and design interventions under the articles in our regulation. I listed here the four main most important intervention and article which can be related to transport and connectivity. on farm, of course, we can have most of the common agriculture policy support goes to on farm investments, but I would never underestimate the role of agriculture and forestry roads in this regard. It can help to get better connectivity in rural areas. And of course, we have the investments in basic services, also in infrastructure, in village renewal, or once again can be used to improve the connectivity connections, also the broadband connectivity of the rural areas. Leader was already mentioned. This is the key and one of the most important tool in terms of rural development under the Common Agriculture Policy. The local action groups can decide to go for better connectivity, maybe just as we saw it, maybe with hand in hand with green energy, but in any other solution. And our last point is the smart village, the new tool of the smart village strategies. In this, we can support smart village strategies and the implementation of these strategies. You do not need to think only on transport, but any kind of optimization, smart optimization of energy, social innovation, transport, database solution in villages. And we hope that we will see complex local programs, also including transport and connectivity issues. With this, I would like to just mention and promote the very recent report of a supported project on smart villages. This study has many conclusion and recommendation, also including on transport and connectivity. With this, thank you very much. I hope I did not use too much of your time. I'm happy to stay here and answer your questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Matthias Szabo. Thank you for joining us through Zoom. We could actually hear you very well. Thank you very much for that overview of the European Commission regarding rural areas. We're now going to move on to the second part of the conference. There will be a roundtable to discuss best practices and challenges on rural mobility. There will be 5 speakers from different fields and countries: a university, a train foundation, a bus committee. This will take around an hour, maybe less, but I'm now going to step aside because there's going to be a moderator for this roundtable who's an absolute expert on the matter. I would like to introduce you to Rainer Uphoff. He's a smart mobility specialist, but I like his description on his Twitter account, which says he's obsessed with creating organizations that improve people's lives. He's German, but he lives in a village in the south of Spain, in Granada, so he knows this topic very well. And he knows what Spain still needs to improve to become a country with smart mobility in the countryside. He's also a father of 4. And he is here to moderate a discussion with 5 other experts about best practices and challenges on rural mobility. Welcome, Rainer.
Thank you so much for this presentation, Olivia. Thank you for the invitation to moderate this roundtable of the real experts, because I'm just the moderator. And the real expertise is going to come from the people I'm going to present in a minute. We have an on-time performance comparable with Deutsche Bahn, which any German among us will understand perfectly what I'm saying. But there's something which has to do with rural mobility. At least in Germany, you have a train, be it in rural areas or everywhere else, every 60 minutes. So you never know which train you are taking, but there is a train, which is not always the case in other areas. So what I think the real issue here is also to have a discussion about what is rural mobility, what is public transport, there are so many labels around that everything is called on-demand traffic. What is an on-demand system? Is it one where you call 24 hours to get a taxi next day, maybe 2 times a week, the opportunity to get one, as there are many areas in Spain where this is called public transport or on-demand transport. I think we have to be more ambitious and get to a more systemic approach. So I would like to introduce this discussion. You can come over here so I can sit down. I think everybody knows where to sit because we have a very strict protocol here.
Gracias.
So typically, when we talk about mobility and public transport, there are as many experts as users. And when you go to the public administration, then there's usually also many experts, but frequently you find experts in what cannot be done. So what we will try to do here is have a discussion about what can be done, but be not overly enthusiastic, because typically when we go to these presentations, everybody says, well, this is great, this is brilliant, this is working fine. Usually it's not the case. There are so many things that are not working fine. So I would highly appreciate a very realistic approach, and I would highly appreciate an innovative approach. So I will start presenting the different participants of this roundtable. On my, nothing political, on my extreme right is Stephanie Lelands. So I will really do a very brief introduction to everyone, and please complete whatever you consider appropriate. She is from Germany, from working with the University of Dresden, and she's a public transport consultant expert working with the development of 2 rural areas, one in Bavaria, the other one in Sachsen-Anhalt, both quite mountainous, challenging areas. To my direct right is Antonio Garcia Pastor, an old friend and very competent about public transport, both because he is at UITP, which is the function he is representing right now, but also the COO of Avanza, one of the big Spanish multimodal operators, because Avanza is not only about buses, it's also about trams and trains and whatever, so I think this is very interesting. On my left, Adrian. Sorry, I'm forgetting.
Fernandez.
Adrian Fernandez. Too bad. He is the Director General of the Spanish Foundation of Railways, which is a public institution, with a very interesting aspect, because it's not only about current railways, it's also about giving value to historic railroads converted into greenways. Everybody who knows me, I always like to challenge people, and so I'm looking forward to challenging about a potential conflict of interest between taking away rail tracks to convert them into rail to greenways, but we'll leave that for the discussion.
Sure.
Next to my left is Carlos Labraña, who is the technical director of AMTU, of the I'm not trying to say it in Catalan because you will criticize me, and so it's the association of
municipalities for mobility and urban transport.
Thank you for your help. So there they have a very interesting model, which I think can help many areas to have a reference on how to really structure local traffic. At least in Spain, there's a huge gap between, well, first there's the central government, then there's the autonomy, and then there's nothing. And after a lot of kilometers in big autonomous communities like Andalusia, like the Castillas, then there's the small village. So in between, there's nothing, which really proves to be a big challenge when organizing rural traffic. And finally, but not from importance, Alexandra, who is on a mission from the UK Department for Transport at the Spanish Ministry for Transport. So this is also a very interesting function where she can also talk about her experience on how the UK organizes public transport. So, as I'm very Germanic, I will keep the order. Let's start with Stephanie. Rather than making concrete questions, can you tell us a little bit more about what you are doing at your rural areas in Bavaria and the Harz Mountains?
Yes, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation to Madrid. Yes, both projects are so-called lighthouse projects for public transport in rural areas. I hope you can hear me. Good? Yes, okay, thank you. Yes, they combine mostly very typical topics of transport, of public transport, like new connections, new bus lines, better connections, better equipment for bus stops, digital informations in buses, something like this. But they combine it with a new form of on-demand, and when we talk about on-demand in my two projects, we talk about booking in preferred time slots where no bus is running, like in the evening hours or at the midday time. There you can book your on-demand service within the next 30 minutes, so it's not 24 hours before. It should be very flexible, and it should be done with cab companies, taxi companies from the area. But furthermore, of course, we combine, or we want to have it all information in a digital way. That means we implemented a digital mobility platform. In Bavaria, it's already a running system, and we started really with nothing. There was no information, nothing, and now we have a running mobility platform. And last but not least, one of the most important parts of these projects is to implement a public transport that is as easy as possible. What do you want to have? You want to have a bus or a taxi or an on-demand service, something like this, where you can enter, where you can go to your destination. Okay, this is very challenging, but you don't want to think about, okay, what do I have to pay? Which ticket is the best one? And now it's before 9 o'clock, or is it later? When do I go back? How many zones will I cross? So what we do is we implement a check-in best be-out system. It depends on the tariff structures of the areas, so check-in, check-out, or check-in, be-out system. And not with an app, not with an extra card, with a payment solution or something like this, with your normal bank card or your bank card in your wallet that is in your pocket. I'm pretty sure that when you look in your pocket, you will find it. So you don't need any extra solution for that. These two projects I coordinate in the Harz Mountains and in the Bavarian Bayerischer Wald, it is called. I know there's no translation. Bavarian Forest area. These are two very rural areas, and I'm pretty sure that they will be very successful projects. In addition, I am a scientist, and I must say there were a lot of very interesting presentations before our roundtable. And to be honest, the challenges are not German, they are not Spanish, they are European problems. It's nothing special to one country. And what we should do now is to combine the knowledge from the project from each country, the knowledge of funding programs, and conferences like these are very good to connect each other and to take the set of things that we can do to increase the quality of public transport in every country, and that we connect each other. And as a scientist, I must say there are a lot of approaches. There are a lot of research, a lot of studies. I did some about Bürgerbuses, about hitchhiking in Germany, but the politicians, starting from the communities up to the highest level of the EU, must be brave enough to follow some of the instructions of some of the approaches from the scientists, to say, okay, I'm brave enough to change something really, because a burger bus or hitchhiking in France or something like this can increase the quality but will never be the one and only solution. We need a real change of public transport in the whole EU, and it needs politicians that are brave.
1 minute.
I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you very much for that, Stephanie. Thank you very much for that, Stephanie. So I can give you for free 30 seconds more. Antonio, your turn.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Guten Tag, good morning, or buenos días a todos. Well, I have many things in my mind to tell you, but I think I'm concentrated on my role as chairman of the Basque Committee of UITP. But I want firstly just to give your attention of what is rural mobility. And this is one of the main challenges, how to define rural mobility. Some data, the country density, demographic density in Europe, we have countries like Germany with around 229 inhabitants per square kilometer. We have more or less roughly the same in UK. In Spain, it's 96. You've seen from Angel's presentation that most population are concentrated on the coast, in Madrid. The rest, we have even areas with a density lower than 10 inhabitants per square kilometer. And particularly myself, I come from an area near Molina de Aragón, that maybe some of you know, that is even less than that. So I know very well the problem of rural mobility. But what is rural mobility? We are talking about these areas, we are talking about the outskirts of metropolitan areas, which they need, and that's something very critical, yes, to define and to cope with. We have some issues on legal framework, the contracts of how to provide this. We have also some issues on the planning of the service, on governance, because in many cases, this type of mobility is solved through a group of municipalities, of regional authorities, together with the municipalities or associations, like the case of AMTU, that are trying to solve a problem. But that's really, firstly, I would say that we need to collaborate. There are many stakeholders involved, and there's a collaboration, and also EU of course, has some, as we have heard from DG Move, some issues just to talk about. What's the role of UITP and the approach? Firstly, I would like to invite you from UITP to get this paper, which is called the Rural Mobility Challenge for Public Transport, how combined mobility can help. This is a knowledge brief, it's very interesting, brings some examples of what is happening, not only in Europe, but in the whole world. And it's very interesting, it's the approach. And the title, in a way, summarizes the results of what UITP proposes and promotes, which is combined mobility. So it's not a problem only of demand responsive transport, not, this part of the solutions. There's not only a problem of taxis, there's not only a problem of railways, because railways, if you see the map in any country, they cannot reach all places. So combined mobility, intermodality is the way that we can cope with these problems. Of course, it depends on the density of the territory. It depends also of even the type of population. We have in many of rural areas very aged population that they need access to services like sanitary services, like again in my area, they go on Thursday to do some shopping to the Comarcal Central, so they need on Thursdays particularly this type of transport. And we need, it's not a territory equal to another one. We need to study and implement a combined solution of different ways, which in this paper you can find there are a number of examples and solutions, like for instance, of course, apart from the demand responsive transport, which of course is a good solution, also technology helps us to develop this type of solutions, but also subsidized taxis can be an example. We have also volunteer transport. For instance, one example I remember is Bitwin, which is an application that is developed in Belgium. And in this case, the municipalities are in charge of promoting and preparing the desk, the call centers for receiving, for instance, the calls. And but the drivers are volunteering to help communities for this transport. We have also other examples like car sharing schemes can be an example, or bike sharing schemes. And furthermore, there are other solutions or other combinations, like for instance, trying to serve in multi-service hubs together with freight transport for a small freight, bread, some package hubs to let people to get their freights that they have ordered previously. And of course, there are issues that we can also mention, like mobility as a service, that can help, because at least at the end of the day, we need a seamless journey from people wants to go from the origin to destination, and in areas where it's more bias on cars, because has been and it is the only solution in many cases. We need to change the scope, and I think right now that's for now.
Perfect. Thank you. Adrian, your turn.
Well, thanks, Rainer. As we are in a roundtable, I want to start with the question you launched me before at the beginning in the presentation. If there is some kind of conflict of interest about how a railway foundation could promote closed lines and not reopening those lines. Well, I have to confess that I deal with this conflict every day as a bike enthusiastic and also a train lover. It's difficult to wake up in the morning and think, okay, what can we do with those lines? But let me explain, because I think this is a totally legit question that it's easy to answer. Just to put some context, this year, 2023, we are celebrating 30 years of the Greenways program. Greenways started in 1993 as a proposal from back there, the Ministry of Public Works, Transport and Environment, because there were only a single ministry. And it was an opportunity to reuse a big inventory of several railway tracks that were shut down some years ago. Some of them were shut down during the 80s because they were mostly secondary lines or branch lines, industrial, minery lines that were out of date and with low quality standards that were not valid anymore. And those kind of railways could not be open today with the actual standards. This is important to take in consideration. Some other were railways that never began to operate. It's just explanation. And it was a way to, using an actual concept as circular economy, to take profit of those lines that could be not open then. At the beginning, it was only with a purpose of leisure or tourism, hiking and cycling. But we discovered along the years that under certain circumstances, that could be used also for commuting between rural areas. And this is also another thing we have to take under consideration. Right now, after 30 years later, we have a network about 130 tracks, greenways, with more than 3,300 kilometers. Half of them go through municipalities with less than 10 inhabitants per square kilometers, as Antonio said before. So we can't compare our rural system with Germany or with the Netherlands or even with France. We are more close to Lapland. And trains are a massive transport, a transport for mass. So the key success for the complete map is what we said before: invest in intermodality, invest in seamless, invest in common tickets, all of them. And it is a key factor to consider the bike, because the structure of the towns here in Spain, usually most part of the country, is small villages separated about 5-10 kilometers one from each other. And if you want to travel from one city to another, from one village to another one, there's only two ways: roads shared with general traffic, with motor traffic that runs about 90, 100 kilometers per hour. That's not safe for anyone. And the other way is rural paths. Nobody's taking care of those paths. There could be barrier fences. It's crazy. But if we can offer a solution like a greenway that have certain standards like continuity, no hills, because we are reusing tunnels or bridges of the old lines, no motor traffic because it's completely exclusive for pedestrians and bicycles, we are offering a solution for connecting by bicycles, especially with e-bikes that can boost the autonomy of the travel to reach these 5 to 10 kilometers that we were talking before. Now, what's the challenge? It's to extend this model not only for the greenways. We don't need an old railway to connect to different towns. We can extend this model to the whole country, not only using old lines, just promoting cycle paths suitable for anyone, suitable not only for leisure, also for commuting. The same way as we began in certain cities like Barcelona or Seville years ago, when bicycles were not only a sport, it was a transport mode. This shift that we made in cities 10 or 15 years ago, we have to deal with them right now in rural areas. I think this is the big challenge, and that's how the Spanish Railway Foundation is promoting and working with the ministry on the national bicycle strategy.
Wow. Now it's 5 minutes. Carlos, or Carlas. Or,
Carlas in Catalan, Carlos in Castellano. Carlas.
Ciao.
Your turn.
Thank you. Hello, good morning, and everyone. I thank the organization for the invitation, and it's a pleasure to be here with experienced roundtable partners. And let me to explain. And time. Sorry, this is a complaint. And a presentation. Who is AMTU? Is very important to define who is AMTU. We do in in the local territory, in the local administration. And a little presentation. I am Carlos Albraña. I am a technical director. I'm a civil engineer. I am a professor in the university, in Polytechnical University of Catalonia. And AMTU, who is AMTU? AMTU is the Association of Municipalities for the Mobility and the Urban Transport. We have more than 150 municipalities and the other administration, the upper level. Comarcas is a typology of administration peculiar and particular in Catalonia. It's an aggregation of the municipalities, and mainly of the municipalities, almost 140 these associations for municipalities, and the different level from the municipalities, a minor of 1,000 people, and municipalities, the 2,100 people. It's a different level, it's a different typology, and from the AMTU, to have different solutions in technical solutions from different typologies of municipalities. Our mission and objective is to provide technical assistance to municipalities from 360 grades. This is technical, administrative, legal, economical, financial, and from communication in areas of the transport on demand is a strategic focus objective in our association, in our entity. AMTU is form part to ETM of Barcelona, and provide to municipalities a public platform of transport on demand. This platform is Flexi Transport. This consists in a normal way of embodiment of demand back office, web app, users and drivers app. We have developed in more than 20 demand transport services, and currently at 12 services in order to serve. We also have a customer user service department equipped with a telephone platform, call center, that complements that different technologies. Flexi Transport is the jewel of the reign of the corona. We are also developing shared mobility projects in territory, in supramunicipal ambit, with cars, motorcycles, and personal mobility, always with electric mobility. Some data and features of direct services or on-demand transportation services are very different for each other. Remember, municipalities minor of 1,000 people and municipalities and upper 200,000 people, and models of centralized and decentralized services from only municipalities and services a level of comarca, for example, Berguedà region or comarca of Berguedà with 31 municipalities and one service centralized for all the people of the Berguedà region. 1 minute? Yeah? Per minute? It's a wonder.
I do not want to interrupt your interesting presentation, so if you have something else to do, just do it quickly.
No, finish to 30 seconds. 30 seconds to finish. And to serve with buses and cabs and technology models, indirect models with partners, private partners, with, for example, Avanza, into services, or in direct form, directly with the administrations and services. Principle is in social users, and typology, the users, is the central of the design of this typology of services. And the next round to continue.
Thank you, Carlos. Alexandra, do you like that we call you Alexandra?
Alex is fine.
Alex.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I was asked to say a bit about how transport works in the UK, including in rural areas. So yeah, as you mentioned, I'm seconded to the Spanish Transport Ministry, but I'm going to represent what my UK colleagues are doing. So yeah, about a fifth of the population of Scotland and England live in rural areas, and that's a third in Northern Ireland and Wales. In terms of how it's structured, transport is devolved, so central government obviously sets the strategic policy and provides the bulk of the funding in England, but Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland all do their own policy making. And then within England, the local authorities manage their local transport budgets and set policy. So in terms of what we've been doing to address rural mobility, there was a call for evidence in November 2020, and that basically wanted to address what the different issues in rural areas and remote areas like islands, and how can we improve that. That came back with, a lot of the feedback was the things we've talked about earlier this morning, the poor connectivity, high dependence on cars, that affects older people, disabled people, and also commercially, it's quite hard for operators in those areas, given sparse populations and long distances. Following that, the government published a bus strategy, which indicated that they wanted to invest in demand-responsive transport solutions. So in addition to broader bus funding, it set up the Rural Mobility Fund, and that's basically 20 million of funding specifically for pilots for DRT solutions. So that's gone to 15 local areas for 16 pilots. It's been going on since 2020, and they published an evaluation in September this year. So actually, if there's a chance afterwards to share links, but there's quite a lot that's come out of my ministry recently. And yes, that's an interim evaluation. It's still a second phase, but that indicated that basically it is kind of achieving its objectives in a lot of the areas. It's helping, there's quite high participation from a cross-section of society. So young people, school children, people going to work. It seems to be kind of meeting its objectives in terms of getting a cross-section of society to retail, healthcare, business parks, work. It's obviously, subsidy is an issue. It's about £2 to £5 per passenger. And then there's currently a bus cap of £2, but that cap won't be in place forever. And there's obviously been, each authority has done slightly different things in terms of like working with different app providers and stuff. So there's quite a lot of lessons learned from working with those app providers. And then this month we also published a rural transport strategy, and that focuses again on partly on demand responsive transport, but also on electric vehicles. So looking at there's another pot of funding, 1.3 million, I think, for looking at how we can trial electric vehicles in rural areas, shared mobility solutions, that kind of thing. And then beyond that, there's obviously a lot of transport funding. So we've got 3 billion for active travel, for walking and cycling infrastructure, 3 billion for investment in buses, and then there's also a 500 million transport fund for rail. So in the 1960s and 70s, quite a lot of stations were closed and lines were closed. So this 500 billion pot of funding is basically for local areas, communities to come together and suggest, where can we reopen some stations? And there's already, the Northumberland line has reopened with 6 stations, and there's a lot of good work going on in Scotland as well. There's one station that's been closed for 60 years that has recently opened and will be connected to Newcastle and Edinburgh as well. So, I've got lots of other information from colleagues in Scotland and Wales about all the good stuff they're doing with kind of ferry transport as well on the Shetland Islands, so connecting island destinations to the mainland. and also supporting people through concessions and stuff as well. But yeah, so a lot of good stuff going on, but I think that report on DRT highlighted that, we're kind of half of the way there, and there's a lot of lessons to be learned from this for the future, to help other local authorities who haven't trialled this before. I've got a lot more to... Another minute, under time.
For giving us all 1 minute. So I will start now a dialogue where I will do some questions, but please feel free, the different participants, also to challenge each other, to ask each other about what might have inspired them. I think we are in a situation where rural transport is really very important, where something, I think one thing missing is not having a study of how much the national economy loses for not having adequate public transport in some areas, in many areas in Spain. When I would start with you, because I just have this in my recent memory. You talked about funding. Can you elaborate a bit more about the territorial structures and competencies in the UK, how this funding is administrated, how the system is managed? Is there real intermodality, or is there just one system for buses and another one for trains and another one for DRT? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes, in terms of the funding structure, so the central government provides the strategy basically for kind of rail, buses, highways, and then provides the funding to local authorities. So they spend their local transport budgets, and they've got their own local priorities, and they can also bid for other bits of funding. Obviously, we have organisations like Network Rail and bus companies. So the local authorities work closely with the local transport operators in their areas, and also with national operators like Network Rail on their local priorities. There is a strong focus on how we can integrate transport, basically, both in terms of physically, making sure if you've got a station, that there's buses coming into that station, e-bikes, car parks, where possible, where it's near a town, decent walking routes, and also in terms of non-tangible ticketing. That's something that's probably been covered in other sessions, but making sure that it's as easy as possible for people to buy tickets that cover different modes. And there's a good trial in Scotland regarding that as well.
Yeah, I think that's particularly interesting, as Scotland, for instance, has a similar
good app.
Population density as many areas of Spain. So I think this could be very much of a reference.
Yeah.
Stephanie, you also move in. You're also active in pretty sparsely populated areas. Can you elaborate a little bit more on how funding works in Germany? Because I think funding is a huge issue, because in Spain it's basically a matter of the autonomous communities, and there's certainly a real discrimination of people living in rural areas, because much of the public funding goes only to the metropolitan traffic alliances, but nothing or nearly nothing goes to where it is really needed. So how is that resolved in Germany to make sure that the rural population also gets, on the one hand, the model it needs, and on the one hand, the funding for the model to make it work?
Yes, I would like to add something to the funding. Is so good that you asked me. Funding is very, very important, because we all know public transport is expensive. It's expensive in a metropolitan area, it's expensive in the rural area. Well, in Germany we have, let's say, two ways. We have the federal states funding programs that are can be concentrated on metropolitan areas or on rural areas. We have funding programs especially for the rural areas. And we have the federal from the federal government a lot of funding programs. The two projects that I coordinate at the moment are part of a funding program of the federal government. And there were two lines there was one line for the metropolitan areas and one for the rural areas. And as a rural area, it is, let's say, it's not easier to get the funding because we talk about each year funding about 150 million euros for the public transport, and each project can be maximum 30 millions in volume. And so, but the rules for the rural areas to get the money were a bit easier. For example, when you have to invest in on-demand in the metropolitan area, minimum 5 million, you can invest in on-demand in the rural area, 2 million, something like this. So they were slightly different rules. But funding is one thing. And there are a lot of funding programs in Germany. I don't know how it is in Spain, if there are a lot of. And second thing is you must know it, and you must have the time and the capacities to take part on this funding program. And I think there it is very important to connect each other because, I mean, the funding programs are quite the same most of the time, and you need someone who maybe has the experience and maybe has the ideas, okay, it works very good in this region. We have a set of approaches, and now we take for a mountainous region, we should not take usually bike sharing with normal bikes. We should do it with e-bikes, something like this. And if you have someone who can help you who can help the community and support them with the funding, this would be the best.
Mm-hmm. Antonio, maybe you can add something from a more international European perspective.
Yeah, I was going to talk about a case in Spain, but in any case, yeah. No. It's the funding problem is an issue because, of course, we are talking about demand and services that are not have high occupancies. It's not massive transport, so in a way, that for sure that is a transport that must be, in a way or another, subsidized in order to give a minimum quality of transport, of service. How is done, for instance, in Spain, but I can also mention something in Europe. We have the case in services belonging to the ministry that in the past, during all these lines, the bus lines have been cross-subsidized in a way in which some connections with high occupancies have been merged together with low-density lines in a way that the incomes for the operator compensates the lack of incomes for these low-density areas. In a way, it has worked more or less. There's a new map that the ministry has to develop at some point, some time, and that's important because there's a tension also because the regions also want to have competencies of most of these relations. In these lines, some of them are covering or serving intra-region services. So in principle are the regions the one with competencies. But of course, if you pass it to the regions and they don't have funding schemes, there will be a problem. So that's an issue that to be solved on the way of funding. We have the region level. There's some funding from low occupancy lines as well. But again, that's the problem with this overlapping of municipality competencies, the creations in some cases of public transport authorities like consortium. And let me explain the case in Malaga. We are running a service in Malaga that is under the coverage of the Consorcio de Transportes de Málaga, is the public authority. And it's the demand responsive transport that substitute a fixed line route that very low frequency, and it was substituted by this one, which is roughly, it's not very much cheaper because it's true that the bus is there, the driver is there, you have maybe some savings on kilometers, but not so much. But the most important thing is this type of solutions offer to the citizen a better solution that a bus running in each 3 hours or so. And this is an example, also a good example of connection with the train, because this service is covering is the area of Cártama, for those of you who know the area, and is connecting a hospital with the Cártama railway station from the red of Cercanías in Málaga, and it's working very good. We are talking, in any case, when I say it's working very good, it started with 60 passengers per day, and it's increased more than double. So it's a successful one. But we are talking about 120 passengers per day, which is not too a big one. But that's something. In this case, the funding comes all from the Consorcio de Transportes, because it's dedicating more or less the same money subsidizing the whole line to this new service, but the satisfaction has increased to the users. So that's one example of funding and the problems of funding for rural transport.
Yes, I think this is very interesting. I think funding is definitely a critical issue, but we have talked enough about money, so let's go to other things. I would just like to, as this is an international audience, to explain two concepts. One is the one I forgot previously, the one Stephanie called Bürgerbus, which is translated as citizen bus. And I don't know who else mentioned volunteering. It was you. So this is something sort of hardly to understand in Spain because there's really no volunteering culture. But in Germany and in northern countries, people, rather than having to be a mom and dad taxi all the time, people find together and propose to the transport authority a regulated solution where they support them with a vehicle, but they have to comply with certain rules. The other one is in Spain. Well, it's again talking about money. In Spain, basically, the rural areas are served by still self-sustained, economically self-sustained systems. The concession maps, as the president of one of the big bus association just called this, are based on mixing bad and good money. So it's still very much a cross-subsidy thing. That's because in Spain there has been many years or decades of not renewing the concession system. There is a very good new project of a sustainable mobility law, which unfortunately is still stuck in the parliamentary approval system. So Spain has a huge problem with renewing its model, because it's about model. There are many technical solutions that are perfect if we only can apply them. And in Spain, we have sort of a big problem that we cannot move ahead, we cannot innovate. And a German minister said recently, in mobility, in the next 10 years, things will change more than in the past 100 years. So the real problem is when things go so slow that we are stuck in a system which is from the last century. So this is really a call for the politicians to go ahead with a new law, to really unblock things, to make the different territories work together, because it's about the needs of the citizens. So after saying that, and Carlos, don't worry, I'm not forgetting about you, but I know I'm talking to Adrian. I think you said something very interesting about also making the bicycle part of the mobility system, because frequently we only think about trains, buses, more recently on-demand services, and certainly in rural areas we need to put to work together, which is another challenge. All the assets, whatever moves there and can be used, needs to be put together into a synergic system, into a system which is really a system, not just a couple of lines. So what do you think about intermodality in the rural area? Go ahead.
Let's continue with this focus. I think it's very interesting. We have talked a lot about funding, but I think that right now the bottleneck is not only giving more and more services to our rural areas that don't have more population. We are in a moment that it's important to focus in information and TrustNet. And why I say that? Because if you miss a bus in Madrid, it's not a big deal. You will get another one in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. But if you miss a bus in certain rural areas, you are doomed. Because sometimes it's the only service in the day or in the week, certain places. So how we can deal with that and how we can convince people that their only alternative is to take a car whenever they want. Especially thinking about a population that is older every year and certain times they will not be able to drive in the future. We cannot give more and more services, but we can invest in better information systems, better ticketing systems, and this global whole system that integrates also bikes, cycle lines, bike sharing system, but also how we can connect the bus and the train. So if my train is delayed 5 minutes, the bus doesn't go away before I arrive. It's very difficult to convince people to travel, to trust in public transport and to travel with fear that doesn't have the right ticketing, with fear of being kicked off of the train because I'm traveling with my bicycle and it's full of bicycles and we don't allow anyone more. The fear of missing a bus and won't be able to reach home. And the mobility law that you mentioned, they give a lot of solutions to deal with that. We are not in the construction era anymore. We saw a map before with the highway system in Spain. It's already complete. We don't need more highways. We need management. We need cooperation between operators, administrations, and users. And I think this is the real challenge we have to deal right now. And this mobility law that is more than necessary would attack some of these parts. So the solution is clear, and it's not very expensive, but it has a lot of real work behind.
Thank you. I think you mentioned something very important, which is simplicity. One of the important conclusions of the German experience with the flat fee approach to public transport is that it's not only about the price, it's about simplicity. People started to use public transport because they suddenly didn't have to figure out how to use it. So that's something very important. And now to you, Carlos. I think implicitly, as we talked about funding first, model second, and I think in Catalonia you are a pioneer about bringing together different administrations. This could be very much a model for other Spanish regions, but maybe also for other European regions. So can you talk us a little bit more about the governance of how you bring the different municipalities and the different interests from the regional government, from the municipalities, from the operators, from the civil society? How do you bring them all together?
But the problem is similar around the world. The governance is a model from who has the competence. The rural mobility or the metropolitan mobility is a mix of several modes of transport, of mobility, which competence is the different administration. The solution to solve the problem is basic, is the basis on this, is focus in the problem is rethinking, to rethink the governance, the model the governance in the territorial area. But for your previous speaks is to fundings, the solutions in transport are all the solutions are more expensive. In the rural, in the metropolitan, irruption of the technology is more expensive than previous years, but the focus in the best solution in any case is in the profile of the user. Access to active modes, the bicycles and others, in a rural, in a territory of, in Spain, in La España vaciada, is a profile of aging person, female, without licensed driver, but bicycle is not your solution, is her solution, but in the return. The focus in the profile of users and landslides and territory and who is on more hills, more plain, length to connect different nuclears, etc.
Okay, our time basically has run out. Not sure if there is someone from the public who wants to make a question who cannot live without doing it, or maybe the need for coffee is stronger. So if there's somebody who really wants to ask something short, requiring a quick answer, please raise your hand. Okay, time ran out. So thank you very much. I think this is very much about, no clapping, yes? This is very much about finding the right model, finding the right strategy. We didn't talk about strategy. There are a number of concepts popping up which are very interesting, like mobility guarantees for people who want to use public mobility without a private car, even in rural areas. And then we could talk also about these many concrete solutions, on-demand services in rural areas. Some of them work, some of them don't. But unfortunately, there's no time to dig deeper into this. I know there will be a session after this with a number of elevator pitches, and a couple of the pitches will be related to on-demand platforms. So please ask them about their experiences. So not sure if you want to ask anything, any of your peers. No? So model is important, strategy is important, working together among administrations is important, getting the right regulatory environment that we can really implement the solutions that are there, the good practices that are there is important. So let's, of course, the money. I didn't want to mention it again. Antonio, you're right. So thank you very much for your attention. And Olivia.
Thank you very much. Very interesting debate in this roundtable. I don't know if it's time for a coffee break. Yes? Okay, I've been told. you're all willing to have a little coffee, so let's have a little coffee break, 15 minutes, and we'll all be back here because Rainer hasn't finished. Okay? Welcome. Welcome. Welcome everybody back. I hope you've had a nice coffee break and you're all fresh. The main goal of this conference is to exchange ideas, to know what's been done in other countries, to know what works, what doesn't, to learn from each other and stay connected. This Rural Mobility Conference ends with what we call an elevator pitch of different companies. Some of them already tackle mobility problems. We will now listen to 8 different companies. I'm sure they all have very interesting things to say, but as you're 8, I will please ask you to stick to the 4 minutes you have. Let's start with Florent Baumworth, Director of BlaBlaCar for Spain and Portugal, a very successful application here in Spain. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thanks for being here today. So, yeah, my name is Florent, and I'm an operation manager for BlaBlaCar here in Spain and Portugal. Today, I'd like to speak about mobility on our roads in Europe, and especially on long-distance trips. That means between 100 and 800 kilometers. So typically on these kind of long-distance trips, what we have is that 76% of our fellow Europeans are taking their private cars to do that kind of trips. And the big issue is that all these cars that we have on our roads are basically half empty. So we have an average occupancy rate in our roads in Europe of 1.9% per car. And all these cars on our road, what they are doing is they are accountable for roughly 30% of all the emissions of CO2 of the transport industry. So basically the solution that BlaBlaCar brings to the table, more than 14 years ago in France and in Spain first, and then all over Western Europe, and now in 21 countries in the world, is that we enable a driver, we will go from town A to city B, to share his empty seats on his car, to share the costs, and also to share the CO2 emission of his trips, right? So basically, what we call carpooling. That was 14 years ago when we first launched the app in Western Europe, and now the focus has really shifted, and what we're looking at is not only optimizing a car, so filling up empty seats, but also optimizing routes. So what we're trying to do is, from a trip from city A to city B, let's say Sevilla to Valencia here in Spain, we know that the car will go nearby a lot of small municipalities that are just next to the road, and that by sharing his empty seats with our technology called Boost, what we can do is make sure that passengers along his route can either drop on or drop off the car. So basically, it's like a triple benefit, right? It's for the drivers, you will give him more possibilities to have passengers during his route, so more possibilities to actually save some money on this trip. For the passengers, you will unlock direct connections from like a door-to-door experience from small towns that are near a road. For instance, here on that example, passengers can go directly from Fuentes de Andalucía to Manzanares. It doesn't exist with any other transport solution, so it's only available thanks to the capillarity network of carpooling. And for municipalities, like every single municipality in Spain and in Europe has a road and has a good road infrastructure nearby with hundreds or thousands of empty seats that are passing by every single day, and that you could unlock to create direct connection. And this is the result today, and I think this is a very clear picture of the capillarity that we can achieve thanks to carpooling. We can get pretty much everywhere there's a road, so everywhere there's a road, there can be a carpool trip, and we can enable, we can reach, for instance, at BlaBlaCar in Spain, 86% of all the more than 8,000 municipalities that we have in Spain. In that 8,000 municipalities, more than half of them have less than 1,000 inhabitants, sorry. And obviously, thanks to carpooling, they can they can give door-to-door experience and door-to-door mobility solutions to their population, thanks to the good road network that they have nearby. So that's what you can achieve thanks to carpooling and a big community of users sharing their empty seats on the roads of Spain and Europe. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florent. Now it's time for Pablo Diaz, mobility responsible for Dealer Best, which is a company that provides different services within the automobile sector. Welcome, Pablo. Are you here? Yes, you are. Welcome.
Hello. Okay. Thanks for the invitation. I am Pablo Diaz. I am the mobility manager of Dealer Best. We don't have much time today, so I'm going to start directly with the conclusion, and I'm going to speak about rural car sharing today. Car dealers and agents should lead car-based mobility projects. Of course, I'm going to explain the presentation who we are and how did we get to this conclusion. We are Dealer Best. We've been working in the automotive industry since 1987, providing services of digitalization and consulting to car dealers, manufacturers, agents, or any other operator in the sector. And in 2018, we started with an area called Dealer Movilidad, or Dealer Mobility, in which we offer mobility solutions to these companies. What do we offer? We offer chargers for electric vehicles. In all of our rural car sharing projects, we use electric vehicles. So chargers are the places in which cars are picked up and returned. Hardware and software, so all these processes of car sharing can be unattended and through mobile applications, and car dealers have a fleet control, and then consulting. We integrate the consulting area always in all of our projects and in mobility too, to assure that they are successful and to help them to interact with institutions, our clients, car dealers or agents, as I said. Why car dealers and agents should lead mobility? Well, because they have everything that is needed to do so. They have goodwill, they have vehicles that in many cases are stopped and waiting to be sold. They have infrastructure that can be used as parking lots to start mobility projects, but also can be used to do the maintenance of the fleet. They have qualified staff, and they have a large geographical scope. Talking about the geographical scope, we have 2,000 car dealers in Spain. Sorry for the zeros. 1,600 agents. But the 80% of these agents are in places of less than 50,000 inhabitants. So they have a huge capillarity, and that's one of the main reasons what they are vital or crucial in rural car sharing projects too. Okay, as I said, car dealers or agents could use their own facilities to start mobility projects there, but for the past 3 years, we've been working with them into start mobility projects, reaching agreements with councils of rural areas. In these agreements, the service of car sharing is priced with a monthly fee, and this monthly fee includes the renting of the vehicle or the fleet, the maintenance of the fleet, the periodic renewal, the car sharing application, and a call center to users 24/7. The only services not included is the electricity and the cleaning service, but usually councils from rural areas do that once on a week or so, okay? So once the agreement is done, councils can implement this car sharing service depending on their needs. It can be free to use. In that case, the council is going to pay the whole of the monthly fee, or it can be pay-per-use. In that case, the money goes to the car dealer so that the monthly fee can be reduced, so the bookings goes directly to the owner of the car. Users, it can be exclusive for residents, exclusive for workers of the council, or for anyone with the app downloaded, okay? We also have a mixed model that works really fine in really small areas. In this mixed model, residents pay for the service, and workers of the council use the service for free. The benefits of rural car sharing using the fleet of car dealers are that we have a complement to public transportation, we have emission reduction because we are using only electric vehicles, we avoid the purchase of a second vehicle, that's a need that many families have, or maybe we give them the possibility to sell the second vehicle because they have an alternative, and we support local companies because these agreements happen between councils and car dealers from that area. We have 7 projects now in Spain using this same formula of cars from car dealers in mobility projects using technology, 2 of them with Hyundai, not all of them exclusively with rural car sharing services. This is the data that we collected since we started 3 years ago, and this belongs only for rural car sharing projects. And I will give you some time, but I have to move fast because I don't have much time, but you have a QR that you can scan with your phone as the menu bar, and you will download the presentation, so you will have the possibility to look through it once this has finished. You have also my contact data, and I will be here a bit when this finishes, so just that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Pablo. He did stick to the 4 minutes, didn't he? Thank you. Car sharing is indeed a great option. The third company is represented by Anthea Greco. Please come on stage. Anthea. She's the country manager for Italy, Spain, and Portugal at Via. If I'm not wrong, it's a software company that creates mobility apps. Sort of. She'll explain.
Hi everyone, good morning. It's Antea Greco. I'm the country manager for VIA in South Europe. Just a few words about VIA. VIA is a company that since 11 years provides technology for public sector. Our vision is to be the digital infrastructure that connects and put together communities in different areas. And our range of products goes from transport planning. We have a software that helps transport planning with the fixed route and DRT. Then we help cities and operators to operate DRT services. DRT meaning demand responsive service, so flexible services that works very well in rural areas. And then we help optimize these services with data analysis and reporting. We are already present in 650 cities and in over 40 countries, and we have a big team of engineers, and we power till today more than 120 million of trips. So since we don't have much time, just to give you a few messages on rural transport and why DRT is very important for such service, because on one side it can help to improve accessibility. So what we see is that, for example, in some of our services like TIS Flex, the municipality was able to enable the transport services in all area that was not covered by transport before because it was too expensive. Then it helps with the environmental impact and reducing emissions. For example, a service we have in Wales, we did a survey for this DRT, and 9% of all users before never used public transport. So there is a big shift between private mode, so private cars, and public transport with these type of services. And then access to jobs and education, so a lot of operators and cities use these services also to connect new developments to all the jobs and infrastructure around the area. This is the service I was mentioning before. We manage the DRT service for the whole Wales. We have services in 13 areas with different operators, and we power till today almost 500,000 of trips in the region. Just few stats about the service. So basically 73% of passengers now drive less because of this service. As I was telling you before, 9% of users never used the public transport before. And then how we can use DRT to also improve sustainability of public transport in rural areas. I think on one side, we are working with cities, with operators to reduce the overall bus spend in the same area, or to keep the same spend, but to improve the access, to expand the services in other areas and to other users with the same spending. And it's very, very important to design well DRT services, in particular in rural areas. So we have proprietary simulation tools that help cities to understand where it's better to launch a DRT service, with which dynamics, and the service design part is very, very important. And just to give you a few other quick examples, this is the service in Tees Valley I was mentioning before. Before there was no public transport because it was not sustainable, but with DRT they were able to offer service to communities in this area. This is a service with Arriva in Holland. We have a service that covers all rural areas in the region, and they moved from fixed route to DRT because they wanted to reduce cost in this case. And the service in around 10 zones, from cities between 10,000 people to 50,000 people, so very small areas. And they managed to increase the use of public transport by 3 times. So as you can see, these services that are more friendly to users increase a lot the usage of the service as well. And then quickly, this is a service we have with Hanover. Again, in the whole region, we started to have a service. Basically, there is like the hub of Hanover, and that connects to all the surrounding area. We start having a service in a couple of these surrounding areas that went really well, and now we're launching DRT across all the areas. So we are moving from 20 buses to 50 buses soon in the whole region with this service. And we have around 3,000 trips per week with this service. And then last one, very quickly as well, another use case is also working with the train station to connect them with the surrounding area. This is a service we have in France with SNCF. And yeah, basically also in this case, in a year we increase demand by 10 times. So we don't have much time today. I would love to tell you much more about it, but here you got my email, so I will be very glad to give you more details and more use cases. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you, Anthea. I think you summarized very well the wide range of services your company VIA offers. It's now time to watch a video. We're going to play a video from Ilaria Kutrupi, who is a business analyst and researcher at FireTIC. She sent us a 4-minute video, which is ready, Sandra, or not? It is ready. Let's listen to her.
Hello, everybody, and sorry if I cannot be there in person today. My name is Ilaria Kutrupi, and I am a business developer at FairTIC, the Swiss company delivering the check-in, check-out technology for smart mobile ticketing in public transport, which does not need any kind of hardware. Here at FairTIC, we believe that paying for public transport should be easy. Unfortunately, due to the different kind of tariffs and payment methods out there, that's not always the case. Looking at the mobile apps, these do not seem to aim at simplicity overall, because they are designed to replicate the process of a vending machine. At FairTIC, we decided to take a different kind of approach. By listening to customers' pain points, we came out with a new app. Here is an overview. Once at the bus stop, for instance, we open the app, we check in by performing one swipe, and that's it. We are authorized to travel. In case of control, we can show tickets by clicking on Show Ticket and deliver a QR code or a dynamic element for inspection. And finally, once at destination, we can check out by ourselves or let the app do it for us if we activated the Smart Stop function. At this point, the trip is registered on our account, but our payment method is not built yet. In fact, with FairTIC, the public transport experience gets immediate, and the payment one gets similar to the one of a utility bill, since all consumption is collected and paid just at the end of the period. In this way, we can grant the best fare. Of course, we do also worry about fraud. Therefore, our system analyzes all trips performed via the app and alerts the user in case of doubtful behavior, such as delayed check-in or anticipated checkout. If fraud is committed, the account gets blocked. FairTIC, though, is not just a payment system, but it's also a lab for tariff experimentation. As you are aware, behavior of users has been changing over the years, especially after pandemic. And today, we are in need of products that are suitable for their variable needs, so to re-attract these people in the industry. In the end, depending on your needs, we can provide you FairTIC under different vests. If you would like to have an app that has all the functionalities and can be used across countries, then you can use FairTIC Red. If instead you would like to have the same app, but for a closed user group, like an experimental one, then we have FairTIC Lab. And finally, if you would like to integrate our technology in your application, we have the SDK integration. Over 20 partners are particularly satisfied of our data collection. In fact, via our technology, differently from the competition, we can grant not only the origin of each user, but also where he changes mode of transport and his or her destination points, which is important for logistic and strategic decisions. Today, we reached over 100 million trips in Europe. We have loyal partners across different nations, and we are considered the most experienced firm into the check-in, check-out industry. But most importantly, we are very appreciated by our final users. Overall, by choosing Fairtick, you would have savings in terms of costs. Since there is no hardware, you would increase ridership by providing the right products for your target users. You would also improve the relationship with them, since you would be able to communicate. And finally, you would improve your transport planning by making decisions based on actual data. You can find our contact information in the presentation and in the program. Thank you a lot, and I wish you a very nice day.
Thank you, Ilari. We're now halfway through the company elevator pitch. I would now like to invite onto the stage Rubén Martínez from Renfe, Spain's national train operator. He's going to explain the app called Doco. Come onto the stage.
Okay, hi all. It's a pleasure to take part in this session. I'm Rubén Martínez. I work for Renfe, and I'm one of the people in charge of our mobility initiative named Doco, that I'm pleased to share with you in this presentation the main topics of our application. Well, first of all, let's review the context of transport focused on environment, users, and operators. Well, about environment, we all know that traffic congestion is a real problem for us, and we know that road transport is leading the cause of air pollution, for instance. About users, we know that travelers are dynamic, we need flexibility, we need to make quick decisions for our travels and for our trips. So it's important to be informed and to be updated continuously. After the pandemic, many of us have decided to move for large cities or big cities to other less populated areas. And we know that all users are digitals. For instance, a recent Forbes report states that last year, more than 40% of population of Spain at least use one time a mobility app. So this is an important data. So it doesn't matter if we live in a small village or in a big city. And here we have, unfortunately, a huge problem that, well, that's why we all are here, with less populated areas or rural areas and with the progress of mobility. Finally, the operators. In our opinion, the big challenge to be solved is, well, the use of standards and data sharing between public and private operators. And I think we need to move from a current individuals models to models of collaboration between all operators. Well, taking into account all these considerations, Renfe drives Doco. It's our intermodal app, donde y como quieras, go where you want to, how you want to. Well, Doco has the goal of transforming mobility, combining at a national level in Spain, micromobility with more conventional transports. Not only connecting big cities, but also small cities or less populated areas. We are offering a more balanced and sustainable way for citizens' intermodal movements. And what we propose is to use just one application. And this is how Doco looks like. We have an initial version available in Google Play, in Apple Store, and we are working on the evolution on the product with the great challenge of integrating new operators and new functionality with the aim of offer more information to the traveler. And well, the question is how we contribute to adopt mobility in these rural areas. Well, we offer the use of train as the most CO2 efficient long-distance mode of transport. And we have the fact that we have more than 1,500 train stations around Spain. So for us, it's really important to study ways of commuting or communicating these train stations in all areas in Spain with the final destination of our users. So we are considering train stations as good point as mobility hubs. Well, dock information is provided by NAP, the National Access Point for Transport. And, well, here operators are sharing schedules, routes, and it's the beginning for a collaborative environment or for a collaborative model. And we have an important set of data for the entire Spanish geography, considering buses, metro, trains, and well, a huge representation of public and private operators. Well, in DOCO right now we are offering, thanks to the partnership of companies like Carhu, Movitaxi, or Cultra, Bolt, and for sure Renfe, we are offering a complete experience for booking in these points of Spain. We are open to integrate and to collaborate with new operators. And for instance, this week, we are going to include in our product TMB from Barcelona. And here we present a summary of our roadmap. We've been working on different phases. We started with an MVP with these operators I mentioned before. Right now, we are working on a first phase, including new functionalities and new operators. And for sure, for a second phase, we are planning and we are analyzing how to include this on-demand transport DRT or shuttle or commuter, as we mentioned in the previous slide. Well, for more information, find us at Renfe stands next to the entrance. Thanks for your attention, and let's continue working on the mobility in rural areas. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ruben. I have to look at that app, Doco. It's now time for James Lancaster. James, can I see you? Yes, James. He's Head of Mobility Innovation at Enterprise Holdings, a leading provider of mobility services. James, stage is all yours.
Hello, can you hear me? You can hear me now. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is James Lancaster, and I'm Head of European Mobility Innovation at Enterprise Holdings. And my job is developing partnerships with other mobility operators to deploy new products and services. Today, I'm here to talk about a really exciting project that we led in the Highlands of Scotland, where we deployed mobility as a service. It's actually really great to follow Renfe and see what they're trying to achieve. So just as we get started, I just wanted to explain who Enterprise are. We're a family-owned business that operate more than 2 million vehicles, and on the screen there is our footprint today in Europe. And we're working on many mobility projects ranging from mobility as a service, car share, demand responsive transport, and other similar types of projects. And we do it through all these brands on the screen here across the world. So that can range from the Enterprise Rent-A-Car brand that many of you will be familiar with, but also some of our other brands here where we have Enterprise Car Club, Enterprise Car Share, and in North America we offer a van pooling service called Commute. The way we've been operating over the last 4 or 5 years is really developing partnerships with the wider mobility sector, and we've done that in a variety of ways. Some has been through investment in some of the companies on this screen here. Others have been through developing strategic kind of partnerships. And one example of that is something called the Urban Mobility Partnership that we established around 5 years ago with the operators on this screen, and many of whom have been really influential in us delivering new mobility projects. But we were a like-minded group of organizations that came together and wanted to work with the public and private sector to come up with new products and services. So that's going to lead me on to what I'm here to talk about today. which is Go High, which was a mobility as a service project in the Highlands of Scotland, covering an area about the size of Belgium. If anyone's been to the Highlands of Scotland, it's probably on paper the worst place you could ever try and deploy mobility as a service. It has a poor public transport link, most people own cars, and you have to get across islands on planes, boats, and other various means of transport. I wanted to start, though, where our relationship began, because I think it's important. We first started working in the Highlands of Scotland by getting people to move away as employees of the local authorities there from being reimbursed for driving kilometres. So what that means is getting paid 50 cents per kilometre they drove and just moving them into shared vehicles. That was step one, was getting them to use shared vehicles for their own employee travel. And they began to realise that actually you can do things differently. So after doing this programme, we actually found that there'd been a 28% drop in kilometres driven by their own employees and a significant cost saving. So then we worked with the Highlands, and I know in the previous session there was a discussion about how you fund these types of programmes. We worked with this council and engaged with Scottish Government and got them to create something that was called the Mass Investment Fund, and that was to pay for projects that deployed mass in Scotland. And we weren't the only beneficiary, but I thought it was just an interesting story that the relationship started by something as simple as saying, stop paying your employees to drive a car and actually start using more sustainable and shared solutions, which then evolved into this, which is the mobility as a service application that went live in Scotland around 2 years ago. And it has full payment integration with bus, train. It also has ferries, planes, bikes, scooters, car share, car rental. It's one of the most comprehensive mobility as a service programs deployed. And the people actually managing this program are the Public Transport Authority, who have done a fantastic job of bringing together the supply chain. And actually, one of the biggest challenges when it comes to deploying mass is getting that level of integration where people can seamlessly book and pay for any mode, any trip, on any type of service. And the fact it was done in the Highlands, I think is a really big deal, because the challenges they face are far more substantial than an urban area, for example, where this would be far, far easier to deploy. So again, this is a great example of collaboration of the mobility sector coming together, working together. The public sector acting as the referee in the marketplace by making this Go High. It was branded as Hightrans, which is a public transport authority, but also the Scottish Government at a national level creating that funding pot to deploy this type of product and service. So this is live now, and since we've done this, we've moved urban. So for anyone that knows the West Midlands in the UK, where Birmingham is based, we're going to be deploying the UK's biggest mobility as a service project there, which is replacing their old Swift card, which was a travel card, a physical card, and turning it into a digital application that will cover an entire region. So we're really excited about that. So yeah, that's what Enterprise is doing in rural mobility and beyond. And thank you very much for having me here today.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, James. Well done, Scotland, and well done, Enterprise. And good luck for Birmingham project. Now it's turn for Jose Maria Campos, founder and CEO at Cellering, a company that provides smart mobility services. Welcome.
Thank you very much, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Ministerio de MITMA for inviting us to participate here today. My name is Jose Maria Campos, and I'm the CEO and founder of Cellering. Well, she's not my grandma, but she could. What if we could provide people in rural areas with easy and efficient transport means? I will show you now how we connect rural areas with high cost efficiency for the public, especially for the public administration, while making it customer-centric for all users in rural areas. Sering is a tech company based in Madrid. Although we are spread throughout the country, we are a technology company, but we also provide transport services throughout the country. Our SaaS multi-tenant DRT platform provides scalability, adaptability, affordability, integrability, cybersecurity, of course, resiliency, while being customer-centric, thanks to being cloud-native, using microservices technologies, hybrid apps, and deep tech. Here we can see some of the elements that compose or are part of the platform. In rural areas, transport or low population density makes traditional public transport very inefficient and inaccessible to people living in those areas. Very inefficient in terms of cost per user, especially for the public administration. I will now show you two cases on how we implement the shared mobility using DRT technology in different parts of the country. We'll be sharing with you two cases. Case number one is paratransit transport in Extremadura. We provide services there since more than 2 years ago for different mutual health companies. And for one of them, we provide 50 services per day nowadays. 61% of those are shared services, and that means that has a reduction in the budget that they are using for transport these patients of 22%. It has also a very strong reduction impact in reducing the number of vehicles out in the streets. Case number two is in the Basque Country. It's a rural sustainable transport in Vizcaya, in the region of Vizcaya. We will be providing two different services. One shared taxi service for proximity services, especially focused on elderly people that need to connect with the basic services like going to the pharmacy or going to the supermarkets, etc. And the second service we will be providing is a virtual line. We'll be using for that minibuses, and these services especially focus on university students to connect them with their campuses in the close by city of Bilbao. The project is starting right now. When we talk about urban mobility, two are the main drivers: the increasing regulation in the urban areas, but also the high potential of cost efficiency. I will now show you how we do that in, again, two cases. The first one is in Sevilla, in the low emissions zone in the city of Sevilla. We will be starting in January, mid-January next year, a shared service using electric vehicles, minivans, and minibuses. The project is funded by the Ministry of Industry through the Spanish Energy Agency, by the way. And we will be providing services connecting the technology park of La Cartuja with the P&R, the park and rides located in the outskirts of the city, and also the public transport, the Metro de Sevilla, in the station Blas de Infante. We'll be connecting these dots, these areas, by means of electric vehicles. Case number two is a corporate here in Madrid. We've been providing them with individual services for more than a year, and they have roughly 140 trips per day. They were initially doing these services on individual basis, so individual vehicles, and we will be providing them with shared services, shared VTCs. In this case, we are using VTCs, and that will have an impact. 50% of the services will be shared, and there is a very strong reduction in CO2 emissions and the cost also for the of the service provided will be reduced by roughly 22%. Coming back to my previous question, let's connect them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jose Maria. And finally, the last speech of the company elevator pitch. Last but not least, I would like to welcome on stage Alexander Mindiola from Yoki, a company that offers modern, flexible, and custom mobility solutions. Welcome, Alexander.
Yeah, thank you very much. So my name is Alexander Mendiola. I am part of the international sales team by Yoki in Germany. So sometimes it's not easy to be the last one, but I don't want to give you not too much slides today, so just keep attention to me and stay with these slides. I want to give you some insights, some key points about our company. So who we are part of the Deutsche Bank Group. This is the most huge company transportation in Europe. So, what we're doing, the idea, the vision for Yoki was for 5 years ago, so how we can shape the public transportation, how we can put the public transportation where the needs, where the customer satisfaction, where the you, for example, if you are in the metropolitan area, so you go to the final destination of the train, of the metro, for example, but how you come to your home. So you have the bus lines, but the bus lines doesn't operate, how you would like to do that. So that is the areas, that's the rural areas. That is where we put our effort, and that's where our focus. So how we do that? So of course we have a core product. This is our app or mobility solution. So we do, but you need, before you put a product on the table, so you need to do a homework before. So we have a mobility analytics consulting team who do different steps. We call that methodological approach. So we use a big data, and we have 4 steps. Means that you simulate the mobilization. So how the users are, how you move to another point to another, which kind of mobility you use, etc. So all the behavior of the user. So the second step is you take a look how kind of routes options you have, bike sharing, car sharing, etc. So it's a bus option, or you take the train, etc. And the next step, you define the area. So where the transport on demand makes sense. So, or we say the DRT work makes sense. And I think for all of us is the important impact that is how much will it cost? Yeah, the impact cost, because we don't want to put something on the table that makes sense to increase your cost. Means that we save costs, we optimize, and our philosophy again is not to change what we have today, is optimize that and to make the public transportation more attractive and more interesting for all the users and the passengers. So that is what we call the mobility analytics. Okay, so but we have a core product, the application, the apps, and we have a different kinds of algorithms of works and intelligence that they work together. It means that, for example, you can put your ride pool in, you can flexible your routes, you can flexible your stops and your areas, and we can combine, for example, fixed line with flexible lines. Means that everything is possible on that. Our software has the possibility to work with autonomous mobility too. Means that we are cooperating today with some manufacturers together, so we are basically a SaaS company, so we provide software solutions. And to give you for examples, in Spain today, we have a very good success case in Laurín de la Torre, for example, when we started a very difficult time and during the pandemic, but we could increase and incentivize the passengers, so the numbers of the passengers increase and using the on-demand transportation. We could reduce the number of vehicles. This means it's a good success for the operator. So, and today this is one of the success cases in Spain we have. We have, for shortly, we opened in Fuenlabrada, for example. We are operating in Castilla-La Mancha. This is a very huge area in Spain, where we cooperate with an operator, and we could cover a very huge area there. And today, so it's a very success case we have. So that's it in Spain, but of course we are from Germany. We are a part of the Deutsche Bank Group, I say, and in that we have a very huge market share there. So we are almost by 40% of our services in the German and in the DACH market. And one good thing that we celebrate today together with Yoki is that we have a very good rating from our application, and what we do, it's not only for us, we would like to shape the product composition to do the services we have today in a better way. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you to the 8 companies we just listened to. Very important participants for our challenge, our Rural Mobility Challenge. Thank you all for coming here today, for contributing with your ideas to make people's lives better. To close this Rural Mobility Conference, I would like to welcome on stage Jaime Moreno, who's Land Transport General Director at Spain's Minister of Transport. Welcome, Jaime.
Sí, ahora. Okay, good afternoon and welcome everyone to the closing of this Rural Mobility Conference and the event hosted by the Spanish Presidency of the European Council and within the framework of this Global Mobility Call. I want to begin expressing my gratitude to all of you for being a part of this conference on rural mobility. We've gathered here to discuss a topic that presents one of the main challenges in the realm of mobility. Rural mobility is not just about transportation, it's about access to opportunities, quality of life, and the future of our rural areas. Let me just briefly illustrate rural areas with some quick figures. Rural areas cover approximately 77% of the continent's land area and are home to nearly 27% of the population in Europe. And in Spain, the situation mirrors the broader European context, with rural areas covering about 85% of the national territory and housing about approximately 20% of the population. The seemingly small scale of individual municipalities belies their substantial spatial and population significance, not to mention their vital roles in Europe's food production and socio-cultural heritage. These areas face their own set of mobility issues, including isolated communities, aging populations, and limited transport options. This makes people in rural areas heavily dependent on private modes of transport, and those without access to a car often face challenges due to limited available public transport. It's evident that rural areas face complex mobility challenges. Rural mobility is not just a matter of convenience, it's a matter of social and economic inclusion, ensuring that every citizen, regardless of their geographic location, has the opportunity to thrive. These challenges can be exacerbated by inadequate access to reliable transportation. However, it's precisely in these areas where innovation and sustainable solutions can make the most significant impact. Over the course of this conference, we've had the privilege of listening to remarkable speakers, sharing innovating ideas, and engaging in meaningful conversations about the challenges and opportunities presented by rural mobility. Just let me make some highlight of some key takeaways. Inclusive mobility solutions, I think we really must emphasize the importance of mobility solutions that ensure everyone, including vulnerable groups like elderly children and persons with disabilities, can access transportation services, creating a real equitable and efficiency rural mobility systems. Digitalization and data, the transformative power of digital technologies and data-driven solutions in rural mobility is essential. Multi-stakeholder collaboration, collaborating with various stakeholders, including local authorities, business, civil society organizations, and the community itself, is vital. This collaboration can lead to more effective and sustainable mobility solutions. Also, we need to recognize the improving that improving rural mobility is not just about transportation, as I said before, it's about fostering economic development, social cohesion, and enhancing the quality of life in rural communities. Access to better transportation can boost economic opportunities and services in rural areas. And also, the importance of community-led initiatives is evident. Local communities often possess a deep understanding of their mobility needs and can play an active role in designing and implementing solutions that work for them. Incorporating these insights into our actions can enrich our efforts to enhance rural mobility. But as we know, Europe's rural areas are highly diverse, which makes it particularly challenging to devise a one-size-fits-all solutions. Sharing knowledge, best practices, and successful use cases, as we've seen here before, can help transportation and mobility managers to design and develop tailor-made solutions for the unique and specific mobility needs of the rural areas. Throughout this conference, we've had the opportunity also to explore good examples of best practices and successful real use cases. The diversity of the scenarios with their particularities leads us to another crucial point: the legal framework related to mobility. Not all solutions that best match rural mobility demands seamlessly fit into the current regulatory framework. In this sense, having, for instance, regulatory sandboxes or flexible legal frameworks, it's important to provide the best solutions. Furthermore, it's essential to allow small pilot programs to test the viability of alternative mobility solutions, especially in rural areas where the traditional approach of regular services may not be efficient. Last but not least, another key element is the rising prominence of rural mobility in the list of government and political priorities. This conference, for instance, is a prime example of the importance that rural mobility has gained at both the Spanish and the European levels. In Spain, the commitment to addressing rural mobility challenges and fostering a more connected, safe, and sustainable future is evident, and our national mobility strategy is a clear example. Rural areas play an indispensable role in the country's cultural and economic fabric, and improving mobility in these regions is a top priority. The Spanish Connected, Safe and Sustainable Mobility Strategy acknowledges that rural mobility is a critical component of the national transportation landscape. It places a strong emphasis on enhancing connectivity in remote areas, ensuring the collaboration between administration and the participation of representatives of civil society in matters of rural mobility, and promoting and including innovative technologies and eco-friendly solutions. The challenges are substantial, but the opportunities are even greater. The rural-urban gap can be narrowed, and we can create more equitable societies. To achieve these goals, it's crucial that we maintain the efforts that are being made and integrate all the valuable insights that we've gathered and shared in this Rural Mobility Conference into actionable strategies. We must advocate for rural mobility as the necessary enabler to fully participate in society and have access to jobs, education, health, and social services. We must collaborate across sectors, from government to the private sector, from academia to civil society, and we must be persistent in our efforts, because change, especially in rural areas, can take time. In conclusion, I want to extend my gratitude to speakers, organizers, and participants for making this conference a success. I'm confident that we are on the right path to achieve effective and efficient rural mobility solutions that meet the demands of people living in these rural areas. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you can enjoy the rest of the events and roundtables in Global Mobility Call. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, sí. Hola, sí.
Seguro que sí. Pues, si os parece, empezamos. ¿Falta? Porque vamos con un poquito de retraso y así en esta hora de la hipoglucemia, que es tan complicada, vamos a intentar ir a la esencia. Bueno, lo primero, de verdad, muchísimas gracias a todos los ponentes por estar aquí. Ahora tendremos la ocasión de, cuando vayamos pasando la palabra, ir agradeciendo, porque con vuestras responsabilidades, sacar un hueco para venir aquí al Global a compartir esta mesa, claramente es una generosidad y para nosotros pues un añadido y un valor añadido que no tendríamos y que esta mesa no tendría sin los agentes esenciales y los protagonistas que sois vosotros. Competimos con el ruido ambiente, pero no pasa nada, esto ya nos abstraemos, nosotros es como si fuera el Spotify, no pasa nada, y nosotros vamos a lo nuestro porque claramente el propio nombre de la mesa ya dice mucho. Le hemos puesto un nombre que yo luego, cuando le daba una vuelta, creo que es un nombre un poco poliédrico según desde donde lo veamos, porque le hemos puesto talento, el reto compartido. Yo creo que la palabra reto es una palabra que se dice cuando algo no funciona, pero lo formulamos en positivo. Entonces, en el sector en el que nos convoca esta mesa y en general, ahora mismo, y de hecho Fátima con esa visión fundamental, bueno, Fátima y Mercedes, yo creo que las dos con una visión más global, no tanto centrada en el sector de la movilidad, podréis compartir con nosotros. Tenemos el reto del talento, tenemos el desafío de poder acompasar todos los agentes que estáis en esta mesa, que es empresa, formación, la visión de la Fundación de COE, que es una visión fundamental, pero bueno, Fátima nos añadirá la visión anterior, y Mercedes desde la administración, desde la responsabilidad de diseñar esos planes que adecúen formación y empleabilidad. Pero bueno, con este primer marco, para saber de qué vamos a hablar, yo creo que esta es una de las mesas más importantes de todo lo que se vaya a hablar en el Global, porque sin personas y sin talento, todo esto no saldría. Y a veces nos centramos, tuvimos la ocasión de plantearlo de la misma manera en Barcelona, este es un sector dinámico, innovador, a una velocidad brutal, pero sin las personas que realizan esta transformación, el sector, ninguno de los stands que están aquí instalados serían viables. Y se nos olvida que detrás de cada una de las nuevas dimensiones que aquí se presentan están las personas necesarias para hacerlo. Hemos pensado un orden de intervenciones en el que queremos, no que cada uno contéis vuestro libro, que eso está muy bien en cualquier momento, sino que cada una de las intervenciones vaya llevando a la siguiente por el orden de cómo vais planteando el reto y la parte de ese desafío que os toca a cada uno. Hemos invitado a Carlos Sierra como director de transporte de MT, porque él, bajo su responsabilidad directa, tiene a más de 8.000 empleados de la empresa municipal de transportes, más que muchas de las empresas con presencia nacional o internacional. Y esto lo genera, aparte de un gran gobierno de la persona, un gran desafío con el que diariamente se enfrenta Carlos, y que tú también estás viendo en toda tu escala de empleabilidad cómo tienen que adecuarse esos perfiles con los que llevamos trabajando tantos años en la casa a las nuevas tecnologías, a las nuevas energías, a los nuevos proyectos que tenemos ahora mismo en MT.
Bueno, yo lo primero que decía es que hace un tipo de operaciones hablando de talento y de recursos humanos. Se me hacía un poco raro, pero bueno, vamos a intentar salvar la bola de partido. Nosotros hemos estado en el mismo paradigma, bueno, nuestra empresa tiene 75 años, hemos estado 74 trabajando con vehículos de gasóleo, 30 con vehículos de gas, y en 15 años queremos cambiar a la electricidad. Pues parecería que el ritmo se está geométricamente haciendo más difícil, pero parecería que no tiene mayor desafío. Pero es que el problema que nos encontramos es que la electricidad exige un nuevo concepto, no solo por la parte de ingeniería, de recargas, de vehículos, de material, sino que la electricidad tiene un problema, que no perdona los errores. Si tú cometes un error me están diciendo que me separe de la barba y que me lo suba y que haga alguna cosa así. Vale, gracias. Si tú cometes un error con un vehículo de gasóleo, pues todo lo peor que puede pasar es que rompas el motor. Generes un gran charco de aceite, de gasóleo en el suelo, te regañen y te vayas a recogerlo y te vayas a tu casa. Si cometes un error en un nuevo mundo de la electromovilidad, a lo mejor no vuelves a cometer otro error. Estamos hablando de sistemas a 600 voltios, a unos elevados amperajes, que tienen una dificultad. Básicamente, lo que se enfrenta a nuestra empresa en los próximos años es pasar del taller de grasa y póster en la pared a un entorno más propio de bata blanca y de trabajo milimetrado. Esos son para los 1.200 personas que forman parte de nuestros talleres. Pero también cambia la empresa a nivel de concepción. Necesitamos ingenieros con nuevas ideas, gente que se abra, que viaje. La verdad es que desde el punto de vista de empresa es un cambio fundamental y que va a suponer muchísimas más cosas que la parte sencilla. El coche es sencillo, la infraestructura es sencilla. Cambiarle los hábitos a un señor que lleva 20 años haciendo una operación no es tan sencillo. Poner en seguridad un coche y no meterle mano directamente, con perdón si soy un poco brusco, es muy difícil. Entonces es un reto complicado. Y después también nos enfrentamos en un momento en que no hay gente formada. De las universidades, de muchos sitios, no se han adaptado todavía a una nueva realidad de la movilidad, con una presencia fuerte de la electricidad, donde hay nuevos campos y donde las escuelas, hablaba antes con el compañero de caminos, que yo como industrial considero que es un fallo en los caminos, pero bueno, que hay que entenderlo, pero las escuelas todavía no se están modificando, siguen con los planes de desarrollo, con la misma mentalidad. Es un cambio muy importante y la electromovilidad va a significar un cambio para la sociedad importante.
Decía Carlos que no sabía por qué estaba aquí, pero ya habéis entendido por qué está aquí, porque de hecho os ha dejado a todos el terreno preparado. Ahora le voy a pasar la palabra a Mercedes, pero José Miguel, a ti ya te ha dejado ahí también para que contestes. Yo creo que el que esté caminos es complementario a que esté industriales, que están las dos ingenierías, que posiblemente...
Pero siempre cada una en su nivel, evidentemente.
Yo ahí me meto en cada lío que no sé, porque no seguimos con Teleco, que alguno tenemos en la mesa que lo he visto aquí en el público, pero bueno. Pues Mercedes, muchísimas gracias por venir en representación de la Comunidad de Madrid, que además, bueno, pues tenéis una de las comunidades con mayor capacidad no solamente de crear tendencia, sino de ser el laboratorio realmente porque tenéis todo lo que pasa en España empieza pasando en Madrid, ¿no? Y tenéis el desafío de adecuar esos planes curriculares con esa necesidad de empleo, que eso luego Fátima nos podrá dar esa visión de la paradoja que nos encontramos en España. Pero, ¿cómo se puede ir acompasando lo que vosotros recibís de ese ecosistema de la Ciudad de Madrid, o de la Comunidad de Madrid en este caso, con esa necesaria formación y con la empleabilidad para que la Administración sea útil para llevarlo a cabo?
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias, lo primero, por permitirme formar parte de este panel, y además porque vengo a hablar de una de mis obsesiones últimamente, que es precisamente la adecuación de todo el ecosistema formativo a las nuevas necesidades. Tenemos primero que entender que siempre se habla mucho de la formación reglada, de la formación universitaria, de la formación profesional dual, pero la formación profesional tiene también la pata de la formación para el empleo. Evidentemente, todo lo que conlleva un cambio curricular, por lo menos en lo que es el ámbito de la FP, requiere que nos atengamos a unas normativas nacionales y a una normativa básica que no siempre se puede adaptar a las necesidades supercambiantes que hemos visto que se han producido en estos últimos años. La realidad es que si echamos la vista atrás 5 años, los retos que tenemos encima de la mesa son muy diferentes a los que teníamos hace 5 años. Entonces tenemos que encontrar la vía para que todo lo que es enseñanza reglada y toda la enseñanza universitaria, pero es importante que tengamos en cuenta que el objetivo del sistema educativo y el objetivo de las universidades es, además de preparar técnicamente, es preparar las mentes precisamente para que no nos encontremos en esta situación en la que nos encontramos personas que tras realizar 20 años la misma tarea tienen unas grandes dificultades para el reskilling y el upskilling. Entonces, tenemos que conseguir que lo que hagamos dentro del sistema educativo permita que todo ese desarrollo cognitivo que tienen los estudiantes, los alumnos y las personas que se forman les permitan no solo adquirir conocimientos para el momento presente, sino que les permitan estar formándose permanentemente, adquiriendo nuevas competencias y teniendo una capacidad de adaptabilidad muchísimo mayor de la que tenemos en este momento. Esto quiere decir que desde el punto de vista de la formación tenemos que planificar a varias velocidades, tenemos que planificar las necesidades que tenemos en este preciso momento y tenemos que ser muy rápidos para dar respuesta a todas esas necesidades que se están planteando, y luego tenemos que planear a medio y largo plazo para no encontrarnos dentro de 5 años en una situación similar a la que tenemos ahora. Por lo tanto, todo lo que es formación reglada va a ser siempre más lento en adaptar, pero los objetivos que queremos conseguir con la formación reglada no son exactamente los mismos que queremos y podemos conseguir con la formación para el empleo, que es una formación muchísimo más rápida, muchísimo más ágil y muchísimo más adaptable. Y lamentablemente todo esto, en el poco tiempo que llevo en esta dirección general, he visto que es muy desconocido. Y desde luego lo que es imprescindible es que haya un diálogo permanente entre la administración, el mundo empresarial, las universidades y el mundo formativo para crear el ecosistema necesario para que todo eso sea posible. Y otra cosa que a mí me parece fundamental, una pata fundamental en todo esto, es que creemos un sistema de orientación académico profesional que vaya desde primaria hasta la universidad. No podemos esperar despertar vocaciones técnicas ni vocaciones STEM si los niños desde edades tempranas y por supuesto en contextos adaptados a sus capacidades y a sus edades no entran en contacto con la realidad del mundo laboral, porque evidentemente uno, si su padre es médico, pues probablemente quiera ser médico, pero nadie va a querer ser técnico en refrigeración o en electromecánica si no sabe qué es eso y no tiene nociones mínimas de para qué se necesita eso. Entonces es muy importante, y desde luego aprovecho en cada oportunidad para pedir a las empresas que se acerquen a nosotros, que hablen con nosotros y que podamos establecer esa súper necesaria colaboración público-privada para hacer que la formación sea eficaz, para hacer que las personas que se forman tengan esa capacidad de readaptación, para que acepten de buena gana la formación continua y para que seamos capaces de crear el ecosistema necesario para que todo eso sea posible. Y evidentemente esto es una carrera de largo recorrido. Eso no impide para que también trabajemos en el momento presente y busquemos soluciones más rápidas, que las podemos buscar de formación para el empleo, pero que luego vayamos adaptando nuestro sistema y nuestra forma de trabajar y nuestra forma de interactuar a todo esto.
Perfecto, Mercedes, muchísimas gracias. Yo creo que la palabra clave que va saliendo y que además une es ese diálogo necesario entre todos los estamentos de la sociedad para poder construir realmente lo que cada pieza hace falta para construir el puzzle completo de formación y empleabilidad. Has hablado, por supuesto, de todas las etapas, has nombrado FP. Nosotros somos, creo que el campo de la FP dual, que tuvimos ocasión de oír a Fátima también en un momento concreto, en un desayuno que fue muy interesante, es ese camino que se va avanzando, que compagina y que acelera la empleabilidad, y que sin duda tenemos ese camino a recorrer y, como lo has dicho muy bien, empresas, público, privado, academia, todo junto, ¿no? Y antes de pasar a la empresa tendríamos el siguiente escalón, que ya sería la formación universitaria. Y hemos pensado, cuando diseñamos el diálogo de esta mesa, nosotros, quienes con el equipo del Global, que trabajamos el contenido de las mesas redondas, hemos querido reproducir lo que hemos trabajado desde UITP en el último Summit, en el que no solamente nos centrábamos en el problema que tenemos en España, sino que nos damos cuenta que todo el sector de la movilidad tiene el mismo problema, y es que le faltan, es la paradoja, que luego le preguntaremos a Fátima, la falta de empleados con un índice de paro elevado en algunos casos y la falta de matrículas en las licenciaturas donde más empleo hay en este sector de la movilidad, que es un sector sólido, que es un sector que no tiene paro. ¿Cómo podemos, y creo que esta es la pregunta esencial, cómo podemos volver a hacer atractivas carreras del impacto, de la transversalidad, de la empleabilidad, como es una ingeniería de caminos?
Buenos días, lo primero, y muchísimas gracias por invitarme a compartir esta mesa. Yo no tengo una respuesta clara para eso. Si la tuviera, pues a lo mejor ni la contaba, ¿no? O sea, no... pero bueno, sí que me gustaría introducir algunas cosas que nosotros vemos, ¿no? O sea, nosotros vemos aguas arriba, es decir, en los chavales del colegio, de bachillerato, pues tenemos una cierta falta de visibilidad, ¿no? No nos hemos ocupado de cuidarla, probablemente, como profesión, como escuelas, no nos hemos ocupado. Y entonces, al final, ¿qué es lo que pasa? Los chavales saben que la ingeniería básicamente es algo muy difícil, no saben muy bien para qué lo van a utilizar, pero es algo muy difícil, ¿no? Yo creo que ese sería el primer mensaje, ¿no? Tenemos que contar a la sociedad más claramente lo que hacemos y para qué sirve, porque de hecho yo creo que estamos en el meollo del reto que tiene la sociedad por delante, que es la movilidad, que es la transición ecológica, ¿no? Entonces ahí hay una parte que tenemos mucho margen de mejora, porque es verdad que las grandes escuelas de mucho prestigio, pues nunca nos hemos ocupado de cuidar esa imagen porque considerábamos que el talento nos iba a venir llovido del cielo, de alguna forma, por el prestigio que tenemos, por formar muy buenos ingenieros, ingenieras, pero eso hoy en día no es así. La competencia es muy fuerte, la velocidad a la que se mueve el mundo es muy fuerte y evidentemente nosotros tenemos que quitarnos un poco una imagen de cierta naftalina que todavía yo creo que tenemos, ¿no? Sí que me gustaría también meter otro factor encima de la mesa y es ya aguas abajo. Nosotros estamos formando muy buenos ingenieros, ingenieras, pero hay un cierto riesgo de que no se queden en nuestro sector. Hay también un problema de la falta, no lo voy a poner en el sentido malo nuestro, pero debemos ser conscientes de que hay una lucha muy fuerte por el talento de todos los sectores, no solo de la movilidad, no solo de la ingeniería civil, y evidentemente van a buscar el talento donde lo hay. Y para llevárselo ofrecen cosas. O sea, yo creo que nos falta también un poco como sector, no hablo en el caso de la movilidad, sino yo creo que como todo el sector de la ingeniería civil, el tratar de ofrecer un desarrollo profesional acorde a la generación que estamos tratando, que es algo diferente a la nuestra, que eso yo creo que también nos cuesta verlo. Tienen otros incentivos, otras formas de ver las cosas y convendría que ofreciéramos unas carreras profesionales atractivas, porque yo ahora uno de los riesgos que tengo encima de la mesa es que se nos están yendo a otros sectores. No veo nada malo para ellos, pero evidentemente sí veo algo malo para nuestra profesión, ¿no? Y un tercer aspecto que también me gustaría poner encima de la mesa es que todo esto lleva un tiempo, ¿no? Aquí se ha hablado un poco del ecosistema, aquí se ha hablado, María ha hablado muy bien de que nosotros lo que tenemos que formar es un ingeniero de largo recorrido, con capacidad de adaptación, porque nos tenemos que adaptar a lo que va pasando, pero no vamos a formarle en las tecnologías que va a utilizar a lo largo de su vida, eso os lo puedo asegurar. La velocidad a la que cambia todo, evidentemente lo que requiere fundamentalmente son ingenieros de largo recorrido con muchísima capacidad de adaptación. Sabemos hacerlo, pero cuesta un mínimo de 6 años probablemente hacerlo. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que sucede? Es importante que entendamos esto como un ecosistema y como un ciclo. Si en el 2010 ese ciclo se rompe, ese ecosistema se rompe porque tenemos una crisis profunda, porque las empresas dejan de aparecer por las grandes escuelas, ¿no? Eso que aparentemente en ese momento nadie se da cuenta, al cabo de unos años es una bajada importante en las vocaciones de nuestras escuelas. Y eso, lo que estáis viendo ahora en el sector empresarial, es lo que ocurrió hace 4, 5, 6 años en ese sector que nosotros nos movemos, ¿no? ¿Qué pasa? Seguimos formando muy buenos ingenieros, ingenieras, pero son pocos. Son pocos porque vienen de hace 6 o 7 años donde la nube que teníamos encima era fuerte, ¿no? Ahora las cosas están cambiando, o sea, yo sí que traigo un cierto optimismo, ¿vale? Pero claro, os van a tardar unos cuantos años en llegar lo que ahora mismo estamos viviendo, ¿no? Ese es un poco el mensaje, ¿no?
Exacto, el reto y el desafío. Mercedes, yo creo que hay que hacer un plan de estudio y de trabajo con las universidades, no sé. ¿Qué hacemos? Algo tenemos que hacer.
Bueno, de hecho, colaboramos con la Universidad Politécnica, o sea, tenemos muy buenas colaboraciones, pero es verdad que conseguir que los grandes proyectos cuajen lleva tiempo y además hay que convencer a muchos actores, ¿no? Y a muchos agentes, pero bueno, yo creo que sí, que poco a poco lo conseguiremos.
Perfecto, muy bien. Pues le doy ahora la palabra a Fátima Báñez, la presidenta de la Fundación COE, que me vais a permitir que la presente, aunque todos la conocéis perfectamente, pero además con una profunda admiración, porque además de amiga, que le agradezco enormemente que haya aceptado esta invitación, con una profunda admiración en lo profesional. Yo creo que Fátima, aparte de ser la mejor ministra de Empleo que ha tenido la democracia, y lo digo abiertamente, creo que nadie ha conseguido lo que consiguió Fátima como ministra. Fátima consiguió ya que no se sabía quiénes eran empresarios y quiénes eran la parte sindical porque te adoraban igualmente. O sea, eso fue el gran logro, aparte de revertir unos números escalofriantes y formar parte de los gobiernos, junto con también otro gran ministro que tenemos aquí, de esos gobiernos que le dieron la vuelta a España en unos momentos de una crisis muy complicada. Te podríamos preguntar por las 37 horas y media, te podríamos preguntar por muchas cosas, pero no es el momento, aunque nos quedamos con las ganas para otra mesa redonda, pero sí que con la visión ahora desde la atalaya de la Fundación COE, que es más allá de la visión de los empresarios, porque trasciendes incluso la tarea que hacen las empresas, ¿cómo podemos abordar la paradoja entre tasa de paro, vacantes, necesidad de los empleos, sectores que están desvalidos? ¿Cómo podemos hacer para que todo ese ciclo que hemos ido viendo, adecuación del talento, necesidad curricular, matrículas en las profesiones y las ingenierías más transversales, cómo podemos entre todos trabajar para que esa paradoja directamente cambie de dirección?
Bueno, muchas gracias, Julieta. Ya saben, es amiga mía, o sea que tengan en cuenta que ha exagerado la presentación. Quiero saludar también a Íñigo de la Serna, un gran ministro de Fomento y Transporte del Gobierno de España, y a todos ustedes. Para mí es un honor compartir mesa con estas excelentes personas y profesionales, y creo que el tema del talento es el tema del país. O sea, vamos a crecer como economía, como empresas y como sociedad, si somos capaces de poner sobre la mesa lo más importante, que son las personas, y aquí la prioridad es atraer talento, retener talento y motivar talento. Eso que se dice muy fácil, luego en el día a día es un poco más complicado, ¿no? Decíais bien, en España tenemos una paradoja, y es que tenemos casi 3 millones de personas que quieren trabajar en este momento y no pueden hacerlo por diferentes circunstancias. Y luego hay un número importante de vacantes que no se pueden cubrir porque las empresas, para crecer o para continuar con su línea de negocio, no encuentran los perfiles adecuados. Esa es la gran realidad, ¿no? El Instituto Nacional de Estadística habla de 150.000, pero yo les digo que en la COE, cuando hablamos con los sectores económicos, hablamos de muchas más personas en todos los sectores que hoy no podemos cubrir con facilidad, porque hay problemas para encontrar a esas personas que aporten lo mejor de sí como talento a esas empresas, ¿no? Hablando de la movilidad del sector, en este momento, por ejemplo, hay 20.000 hoy, 20.000 conductores de mercancías que no tenemos, que podrían trabajar mañana. 6.000 conductores de autobuses e incluso 3.000 profesores de autoescuela. También lo digo para que se sepa por la otra parte, ¿no?, de los formadores. Esa es la realidad, ¿no? Entonces, ¿qué es lo que pasa en España? Que tenemos un desacople de las necesidades que tiene el tejido productivo con la formación que están recibiendo los trabajadores. Han recibido y están recibiendo. ¿Y por qué digo eso? Porque me ha gustado mucho la conversación que hemos tenido sobre formación, pero tenemos que tener claro una cosa. Los cambios que se están produciendo a nivel global, de los que tanto hablamos, la digitalización y la sostenibilidad, van a marcar de manera muy acelerada los cambios. Para que se hagan una idea, 9 de cada 10 puestos de trabajo van a verse afectados por la digitalización. 9 de cada 10. Por tanto, el concepto de formación ha cambiado para siempre. Antes nos formaban para un trabajo concreto en la universidad, en la formación profesional, pero ahora nos tenemos que formar permanentemente trabajadores y empresarios para que de verdad estemos a la altura de los cambios a la velocidad que se están produciendo en la economía en todos los sectores y en todos los países del mundo. Esa es una realidad. Entonces, ¿qué tenemos que hacer? Intentar acertar y anticiparnos a las necesidades que tiene el tejido productivo para que vayamos formando a esas cohortes de personas, de jóvenes que van llegando, o recualificando a los que ya tenemos para que seamos más productivos en nuestro trabajo y las empresas sean más competitivas, porque el mundo avanza rápidamente, ¿no? ¿Y qué es lo que pasa de verdad? Pues nuestro país es el segundo país de Europa donde también, y lo tenemos que reconocer porque tenemos que trabajar en esa línea, donde la gente menos satisfecha está porque hay una sobrecualificación a la hora de trabajar. ¿Por qué? Porque tenemos la pirámide, yo no digo invertida, pero por lo menos tenemos una figura que no es la más necesaria para lo que hoy demandan las empresas. Nuestro nivel de universitario es bueno en España y además de calidad, lo quiero decir, lo quiero reconocer, especialmente además hablando de la Politécnica, de las profesionales, los profesionales más técnicos de nuestro país, pero tenemos una carencia terrible en los puestos de trabajo de nivel medio, en los técnicos. Por cada directivo que hay en Alemania, hay 5 técnicos de apoyo y 3 profesionales del ámbito universitario. En España es justo al revés. Entonces tenemos gente que está trabajando, que no se siente perfectamente motivada o realizada porque está sobrecualificada. Y sin embargo tenemos una carencia brutal de técnicos medios que tanto la universidad como los centros de formación profesional tenemos que trabajar juntos, ¿no? con las administraciones públicas. ¿Por qué lo digo? Porque hoy uno puede empezar a trabajar o puede empezar a estudiar en la formación profesional y terminar siendo un universitario, porque hay pasarelas, y al revés. Yo conozco muchos universitarios, incluido de algunas escuelas de ingeniería, que en la crisis anterior, en vez de hacer un máster, decidieron hacer un segundo ciclo superior de la FP y una especialización y terminaron con un puesto directivo. Es decir, hoy la formación ha cambiado muchísimo. Lo que tenemos que hacer es adecuarla de verdad a las necesidades del tejido productivo, porque necesitamos que los trabajadores se sientan motivados de verdad en lo que hacen y las empresas encontremos los perfiles adecuados. Hay empresas hoy del ámbito de la movilidad que están montando escuelas de formación en Marruecos para tener conductores mañana que llevar a sus nuevas líneas de negocio. Eso no puede pasar porque tenemos fondos, como ha dicho muy bien la directora general, fondos que son de formación continua, ¿vale? Para formar a esa gente. Tenemos todo el sistema educativo y luego tenemos que pensar también, antes lo decía el director de MT y tiene razón, la transición hacia el nuevo vehículo eléctrico, que por cierto Madrid es un ejemplo de los que más de aceleración del cambio de la combustión al vehículo eléctrico. Felicidades, porque también hay que reconocer lo que hace bien la MT. Ahí va a haber unos cambios importantes porque estamos trabajando con un nuevo vehículo, ¿vale? Pues la formación de esa gente en la empresa, el anticipar muy bien el objetivo que se ha marcado la empresa o la propia comunidad o el Ayuntamiento de Madrid, es capital. Y no es difícil hacerlo. Lo que tenemos es que ponernos a ello, ¿no? Y como a mí me gusta ser un poco rebelde a veces en las intervenciones, sobre todo si son así un poco más en petit comité, la empresa, la universidad, los centros de formación tienen la obligación de poner a disposición de las personas la formación. Es decir, las personas tenemos el derecho a la formación permanente, ¿de acuerdo? Porque además está recogido desde la reforma del 12 en el Estatuto de los Trabajadores. También lo digo, que fue algo que es un derecho que también nació en la reforma del presidente Rajoy. Pero, ahora bien, el aprendizaje es una obligación y una responsabilidad individual. Por tanto, que nuestros trabajadores también en las compañías estén actualizados y al día cuando se pone a su disposición la formación es una responsabilidad individual. Y las empresas, las públicas y las privadas, todos tenemos que empezar a hablar de esto, porque está muy bien la formación teórica, las competencias y la aptitud con P, pero cada día demandan más las empresas de todos los tamaños y de todos los sectores la actitud con C, ¿vale? Y ahí también va parte de la productividad de la compañía y va sobre todo la competitividad del país. Entonces, tenemos todos los elementos y en ese cóctel tenemos que ordenarnos. La mejor manera de hacerlo es con ese diálogo permanente. Y antes Julieta, que juega periodista, me hacía una pregunta de actualidad. Y yo solo quiero decir una cosa. La mejor manera de acertar, y lo digo de verdad, es con el mejor instrumento jurídico que tenemos en este país, que es la negociación colectiva. Y en la negociación colectiva, el diálogo permanente entre las empresas a través de las organizaciones empresariales y los trabajadores representados por los sindicatos a nivel de empresa, a nivel sectorial, a nivel provincial o a nivel, por supuesto, como decía, nacional, es una ventaja. Porque las necesidades de unos y de otros se concilian mejor en la cercanía. En cada sector, que tiene unas necesidades específicas, no es para nada igual el sector de la movilidad con el de la construcción, con el de las oficinas de Madrid, no tiene nada que ver. Entonces, cada necesidad de empresa, cada necesidad o aspiración de los trabajadores, es mejor verlo por sector o por empresa, que es donde de verdad se concilia ese equilibrio de intereses. Por tanto, yo creo mucho en la negociación colectiva, creo mucho en el diálogo social y es mejor dejar trabajar a los que saben hacerlo, que además sus decisiones se van a un convenio y tienen fuerza de ley. Y de esa manera el país avanzará mejor y todos tendremos crecimiento económico, empleo de calidad y, por supuesto, pues, una transformación económica a la altura de lo que este país se puede permitir en cada uno de los momentos.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Claramente esta intervención, que además yo creo que ha ido cerrando todos los aspectos que han salido en la mesa y que, bueno, daría para mucho. Tenéis muchísimo mérito porque habéis competido con todo el sonido exterior de fuera, pero nada os ha distraído del hilo de la mesa. Y justo, Fátima, has abordado una pregunta que yo os la iba a plantear como pregunta final muy breve, y cuando lo ibas contando, digo, bueno, es que ya casi no es necesario decirla. Porque, claro, estábamos hablando, cuando hemos empezado la mesa hablando de ese talento, el reto compartido desde el punto de vista de la formación y cómo preparamos a esos perfiles, esencial lo que has dicho tú, cómo mantenemos ese talento haciendo esa formación continua dentro de las empresas, perfectamente explicado, la responsabilidad individual también de esa adecuación. Pero aquí, Carlos, si te parece, empiezo por ti, porque esto sí que tú podrías decir, que suba Luis Miguel, el responsable de formación de la empresa, y que hable de la formación, pero os lanzo la misma pregunta a todos. ¿Cómo la palabra ilusionario creo que podría sonar un poco naif. ¿Cómo hacer para que quienes ya tienen ese empleo entiendan, porque veo que la parte anterior ya hemos cubierto esa necesidad de atracción para la empleabilidad, pero cómo hacer para que quienes ya tienen ese empleo entiendan que en toda la vida profesional es necesario ese crecimiento y esa adecuación del conocimiento en cualquier sector y más en los cambiantes, con el momento en el que se encuentra la empresa y con esa capacidad de crecer dentro de la empresa y con la empresa?
Me has dicho que sea breve. Y me has dicho que sea breve, ¿no? No lo sé, es distinto. No sé si me oigo o no me oigo.
No.
No. Gracias. Vamos a ver, no es sencillo. Antes hablábamos de los problemas de conducción, del transporte. MT no tiene esos problemas. MT, cada vez que abre una convocatoria de conductores o de mecánicos, tiene una aceptación y una capacidad de llamada importante.
Y hace temblar a todo el sector.
Otra cosa es cómo el sector nos vea y cómo de felices sean en esos días con nosotros. Pero nosotros no tenemos esos problemas. Además, tenemos plantillas que se están rejuveneciendo, tenemos plantillas que cada vez entran con mejores titulaciones. El problema que tenemos es, y donde nos encontramos problemas, es en captar ingenieros jóvenes. Y siento salirme un poco de la tangente. Tenemos una gestión del talento, una gestión de formación. Gracias a Dios pedimos a nuestras marcas una formación continua, con lo cual el proceso de reciclado de nuestra gente no es tan complicado como captar titulados. Hablo de ingenieros porque es lo que más consumo, si lo queremos decir así. Pero gente que venga a AMT, porque claro, lo que nosotros ofrecemos es una seguridad y una estabilidad que en una parte de inicio de tu vida, pues a lo mejor no es lo que más te llama. O sea, tenemos unas ventajas en una segunda fase, pero en una primera fase nos cuesta. ¿Qué es lo que podemos hacer? Pues hacer proyectos ilusionantes a nivel de tecnología, a nivel de desarrollo profesional, hacer una fuerte apuesta por la innovación, por estar en una serie de eventos, de mercados, de posiciones que antes no estamos y que estamos intentando abordar ahora. ¿Por qué? Porque es la única forma de hacerte ver y de que sea atractivo. No te digo que vayamos a ser Microsoft, ni Google, ni que terminemos teniendo billares en las plantas para que la gente juegue. Pero sí que tenemos que ser capaces de ser líderes tecnológicos y poder atraer así a gente joven, gente con ganas de trabajar. Tengo por ahí un compañero que es un ingeniero de caminos que se atreve a darme lecciones de voltios. Es un buen ejemplo de una capacidad de mejora, de avance y de salir de la caja. Y eso solo lo ofrecemos con saltos tecnológicos, con saltos que motiven, que el proyecto sea bonito y atraiga gente de calidad.
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias, Carlos. Directora.
Bueno, yo es que también para ser breve aquí lo tengo muy difícil, pero motivar a la gente que ya está trabajando precisamente tiene que pasar por la cultura de las empresas y por la mentalización por parte de las empresas, también de establecer esa colaboración necesaria para que toda la formación que se les pueda ofrecer sea atractiva y asequible y no tengan la sensación de que no van a alcanzar esas cotas. Además, es muy importante que aprovechemos el talento senior, que hay mucho y tenemos que potenciarlo. Pero luego también tenemos que empezar desde la base, es decir, yo siempre, a lo mejor por mi background educativo, pues siempre tengo una mirada de muy largo recorrido, ¿no? Primero, para empezar, tenemos que tener un sistema educativo que permita mentalizar a la gente joven y educarse en la adquisición de una serie de valores, de pertenencia a las empresas, de compromiso con el trabajo, menos hedonista todo y también un poco más comprometido porque la sociedad necesita del compromiso de todos y eso es algo que tenemos que inculcar en toda la sociedad, en toda la población. Y luego, además, hacer mejor labor de comunicación para que se sepa cuáles son todas las oportunidades a su alcance, porque seguro que en todo este abanico de posibilidades, desde la enseñanza universitaria a la formación profesional, tenemos una alternativa que es válida para cada uno, porque además, como decía nuestra fantástica exministra, ahora la formación profesional está alcanzando un auge, pero venimos de una época en la que la formación profesional no estaba en absoluto prestigiada. Ha costado mucho poner en su lugar a la formación profesional y a la formación profesional dual, pero todavía hay un sector de la población que no la conoce, que no la valora y que no entiende el valor añadido que eso tiene. Entonces, hay que trabajar mucho en ese sentido y hay que trabajar con las nuevas generaciones para que cambien también su mentalidad y para que esa necesidad de sacrificio personal y de esfuerzo personal por seguir mejorando y por seguir contribuyendo no solo a tu bienestar personal, sino a la prosperidad general, sea un hecho. Y no puedo dejar de decir, porque si no me mata mi equipo, que en la Comunidad de Madrid tenemos un proyecto para formar conductores profesionales con un acuerdo que tenemos ya pues, con no sé si son 41 autoescuelas de la Comunidad de Madrid para poder formar conductores en transportes de mercancía y de personas. Luego nos dicen que se van todos a la MT, pero que bueno, que en fin, que qué le vamos a hacer, ¿no? Pero efectivamente estamos en eso y precisamente creo que es ese tipo de proyectos los que tenemos que poner en el primer plano, pero luego tenemos que seguir trabajando en el largo recorrido.
Perfecto, comprendo a los de tu equipo, tenías que decirlo, claro. Era esencial. Muy bien, pues José Miguel.
Yo ya no me acuerdo de la pregunta, decir algo inteligente.
No, en tu caso tendría un matiz, porque sería cómo se puede acompañar desde la universidad en el proceso de la formación continua mientras ya se está trabajando, quizá.
A ver, o sea, a mí me parece que en el futuro deberíamos ir a la universidad, a una universidad que tuviera una especie de periodo de garantía, ¿no? O sea, que una vez que el alumno termine en la universidad, pues durante los siguientes 15, 20 años tenga la oportunidad de volver, ¿no? Que en esa matrícula estuviera incluido una serie de cursos al año de actualización, ¿no? Yo creo que eso sería un procedimiento más o menos lógico en todo esto, ¿no? Por meterme un poco con la ministra. No, yo estoy seguro que ella no dice eso, pero hay un rector de una de las grandes universidades americanas, de Georgia Tech, que es ingeniero español. Y recuerdo que cuando le dimos el honoris causa nos dijo: nunca, nunca, nunca aceptéis el mensaje de la sobreeducación. No estamos sobreeducados, no hay peligro en la sobreeducación. ¿Vale? O sea, sé que no es eso lo que está diciendo, ¿eh? No, es verdad, pero es eso, ¿no? Hay que formar y cuanto más educados estemos y cuanto más desarrollados de alguna forma esté el talento, todavía mejor, porque es donde nos estamos jugando el futuro, ¿no? Es verdad que a veces la gente, pues una cosa es la formación y otra cosa es dónde trabaja, ¿no? Eso también tenemos que vivir con ello y eso, pero o sea, no es el mensaje, pero es posible que ese mensaje surja de ahí, ¿no? Y entonces yo sí que me gustaría decir que no hay que tener miedo a la sobreeducación. No es un problema de nuestro país que estemos sobreeducados. Al contrario, creo que lo que se ha producido durante los últimos 40, 50 años ha sido un progreso muy importante, que desde luego ahora mismo tiene que ir acompañado de la FP, ¿vale? Pero lo que ha hecho el sistema universitario a nuestra sociedad ha sido también elevar muchísimo el listón del talento. Y hoy en día creo que somos reconocidos internacionalmente por tener un talento muy fuerte, ¿no? en eso, ¿no? Perdona, porque sé que no es eso lo que querías decir, pero sí que a veces de ahí sale ese mensaje y eso yo no estoy de acuerdo.
No, tan de acuerdo estoy contigo, que creo que es que tenemos que formarnos permanentemente, o sea que y cuanto más mejor, y más es lo que más está demandando los cambios que se están produciendo a nivel de tecnológicos y a nivel también de una economía baja en carbono, ¿no? O sea, eso por supuesto, ¿no? Yo me refería a la falta de adecuación entre lo que necesita la empresa en un puesto de trabajo concreto y de la escasez de talento que se produce, que al final estás utilizando una persona que tiene una mayor formación para ese puesto de trabajo concreto, ¿vale? Lo normal que ocurra que es que la propia compañía, en el momento que él da lo mejor de sí, porque está muy preparado, pues sube su carrera profesional, pero te sigue faltando ese técnico medio. Alguien lo tiene que cubrir. O sea, si cuanto más formadas están las personas, más lejos van a llegar. De hecho, yo quería decir que también tenemos que ver la otra parte, ¿no? Cuando me reúno con los directores de recursos humanos, ¿qué demandan los trabajadores hoy? Sobre todo la nueva generación que llega, ¿no? Lo primero, flexibilidad y conciliación de la vida personal con la vida laboral. En segundo lugar, un salario estable. En tercer lugar, una carrera profesional. Y en cuarto lugar, algo muy importante, propósito de la empresa. Voy a contar una anécdota, ¿no? Algún director de recursos humanos me decía, nosotros cuando íbamos a hacer una entrevista de trabajo, las preguntas las hacía normalmente la persona que te entrevistaba. Ahora ellos te hacen las preguntas cuando vienen a la entrevista. ¿Me entendéis un poco la manera de expresar lo que quiero decir, ¿no? Esta es la realidad. Entonces, las empresas tenemos, públicas y privadas, dos retos fundamentales. Lo primero, no se valora lo que no se conoce. Entonces, sabemos trabajar bien, producir bien y de la forma mejor y más eficiente un bien que vendemos o un servicio que damos. Pero no sabemos contar lo que somos y que uno que venga a trabajar con nosotros forma parte de una empresa que tiene un propósito, ¿vale? Entonces, hay que informarlo hacia adentro para que se queden con nosotros, porque esto está cambiando y va a ir bien y vamos a llegar y vamos a ser todos útiles porque nos vamos a seguir formando. Y hacia afuera, este lugar es un lugar atractivo para que vengas a desarrollar tu proyecto profesional con nosotros. Creo que es muy importante ir al bachillerato, a contarlo. La relación de la empresa todavía con la educación secundaria y con el bachillerato es fundamental, porque los chavales ven las películas o lo que ven por las redes sociales, pero como no tengan un padre médico o ingeniero, tampoco se enteran mucho de qué va la cosa, ¿no? Entonces, eso en países como Alemania funciona bien y lo hacen con cierta formalidad. Aquí podríamos ponerlo en marcha también. Hombre, todo empieza con proyectos pequeños, pero luego las cosas se generalizan y el boca a boca funciona fenomenal. Y luego, a la hora también desde la empresa, tenemos que tener en cuenta el trabajador como el activo estratégico más importante que tienes. Por tanto, el objetivo no era que llegase, es que esté motivado, porque es más productivo, hasta un 35% más productivo si está motivado. Y en segundo lugar, que se quede con nosotros, ¿no? La retención del talento hoy es muy difícil. Y termino como empecé. De verdad, aunque nos digan lo que nos digan fuera, España va a crecer y sus empresas van a ser mejores si encontramos al talento adecuado. La agenda del talento es la prioridad, sin ninguna duda, de España en este momento y en los próximos años sin dificultad, vamos. Esa es la verdad y a por ello. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Yo creo que no hay mejor cierre que cada una de vuestras intervenciones y de verdad agradeceros de todo corazón que hayáis querido acompañarnos y formar parte de esta mesa, que la habéis hecho, yo creo que una de las mejores que seguro se han producido en el global. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias a vosotros.
Gracias.